I have chosen someone for you. Their name is already written into the path I have laid beneath your feet. You have not seen it yet, but your spirit has begun to sense it. There is a reason your heart has been restless in ways you could not explain. There is a reason certain prayers kept rising from a place deeper than your thoughts could reach. I was stirring something. I was preparing you. Do not turn away from what I am about to speak into your life. This is not a passing moment. It is not something you will hear again in this same way. I am drawing near to you now because you are standing at the edge of a doorway that has been forming long before you noticed it. What waits on the other side is real. What waits on the other side carries weight, and it has your name on it as much as it has theirs. I know you have wondered. I know the silence in your nights has sometimes felt heavier than you let anyone see. You have carried questions about whether a lasting connection would ever find its way to you, or whether you would always be the one left standing on the outside of something you longed for. I have not been absent from those moments. I was present in every one of them, and I was already building the answer, even while you were still forming the question. The person I am speaking of is not a stranger to my plan. They are not someone who wandered into your future by accident. I placed them in the design of your life long before either of you understood it. And when your paths cross, there will be something inside you that knows. Something quiet, something certain, something that does not need to shout to be believed. It will rise in your chest like a breath you did not know you were holding. And the release of it will feel like the most natural thing you have ever experienced. Declare your faith now if this word has reached your spirit. You may have wondered why certain things did not work out. You may have replayed moments in your mind, searching for what went wrong, asking yourself if you could have done something differently. I want you to hear this clearly. Those endings were not punishments. They were protections. I closed those doors because what stood behind them would not have held you the way you needed to be held. I did not remove those connections to leave you empty. I removed them to make room. And now, that room is being filled, not with something fragile, not with something uncertain, but with something that has been tested in my hands before it ever reaches yours. This person has walked through their own fires. They have carried their own questions. And the very things that shape them are the things that will allow them to meet you where you are, without flinching, without turning away. I did not design this connection for comfort alone. I designed it for purpose. When you stand together, something will shift, not just in your heart, but in the direction of your life. You will look back at the roads you have walked, the valleys you thought would break you, and you will see a line that runs through all of it, a single thread pulling you toward this very moment. This is not something I do lightly. I do not arrange lives on a whim. Every encounter, every loss, every season of quiet endurance has been a brushstroke on a larger work. And now that work is nearing completion. Not the end of your story, but the beginning of a chapter that will redefine the ones before it. I know your instinct may be to guard yourself. I know that trust does not come easily after what you have carried. But hear me when I say this. What I am bringing to you now is not built from the same materials that failed you before. This is different ground, and the foundation has already been tested. Stay with me. There is more I need to say to you, and what comes next will settle things in your spirit that have been unsettled for far too long. The name that belongs to this person is not something you will need to chase. It will come to you. It will arrive in a way that makes your spirit pause, not with fear, but with a recognition so deep it will feel as though you have always known it, even when your mind tells you otherwise. You have been asking for a sign. You have been whispering prayers into the dark, hoping something would answer back with clarity instead of silence. I am answering now. Not all at once, because that is not how I work. I reveal things the way dawn breaks, gradually, gently, until what was hidden becomes impossible to miss. Do not rush ahead of what I am doing. Do not try to manufacture a result before the ground is ready. There is a difference between being eager and being impatient, and I need you on the side of trust. What is yours will not pass you by. I am guiding it directly to you, but the timing is mine, and the timing is precise. I have watched you move through seasons where you gave more than you received. I have seen how carefully you held on to hope, even when nothing around you seemed to justify it. That was not foolishness. That was the mark of a spirit that still believes, despite everything. And that belief has not gone unnoticed. It has been weighed, and it has been honored, and it is the very thing that has brought you here, to this exact place where what I am building is about to become visible. So listen closely. Let nothing around you pull your attention from what I am speaking. What I have set aside for you is already in motion, and the name attached to it is closer than you think. There is a reason I am not showing you the full picture all at once. If I laid everything before you in a single moment, you would try to control it. You would grip it with both hands and shape it according to your understanding. But your understanding, as honest as it may be, is still limited by what you have already lived through. I see further. I see the full arc of what this is meant to become, and I am asking you to walk with me into it, one step at a time. This person I have chosen for your life is not walking the same road you have walked before. They carry something different, not in the way the world measures difference, but in the way your spirit will feel it. There will be a steadiness about them that does not waver when pressure comes, and that steadiness is not something they manufactured. It is something I built into them through everything they have endured. You will notice it in the way they speak to you. Not loud, not performing, but measured and honest. You will notice it in how they hold space for your silence without rushing to fill it. And you will notice it in the way your own breathing slows when you are near them, as though something inside you has finally been given permission to rest. That is not coincidence. That is design. I want you to understand something about the way I bring people together. I do not match surfaces. I do not pair what looks compatible on the outside and leave the inside to chance. I go deeper. I look at the fractures, the longings, the places where strength was forged through suffering, and I align those hidden contours with someone whose own shape fits the spaces you carry. This is why it will feel different. This is why it will feel right in a way nothing before it ever did. Say it aloud. Say, I believe, if your heart is receiving what I am telling you. There have been connections in your past that drained you. You gave freely, and what came back was silence, or confusion, or words that did not match actions. You learned to read people carefully because trust had cost you before. I watched that happen. I saw the walls go up. I did not condemn you for building them. But now I am asking you to let me walk through them, because what I am bringing requires an open gate, not a locked one. This does not mean you abandon wisdom. It means you allow trust to lead where fear once stood guard. I am not asking you to be reckless. I am asking you to be willing. There is a wide distance between the two, and I need you standing on the side of willingness. The gate does not need to swing wide open all at once. It simply needs to be unlocked, and my hand is already on the latch. The name that is approaching will arrive without force. You will not have to search for it. It will appear in your awareness the way a word surfaces when you have been trying to remember something for days, and then suddenly, without effort, it is there. That is how I move. I do not impose. I reveal. And what I reveal carries the weight of certainty, because it was never uncertain to begin with. Pay attention to what repeats. Pay attention to what keeps returning to your thoughts when you have not invited it. This is not your mind playing tricks. This is me pointing. I leave markers on your path the same way a river cuts marks into stone, not with violence, but with patience, over time, until the shape is unmistakable. You are closer to this than you think. And the distance between where you are and where this connection begins is not measured in months or years. It is measured in readiness. When your heart reaches the place I have been preparing it for, the door will open. Not slowly, not halfway, fully. There is something else I want to address, because I know it sits in the back of your mind even when you try to push it aside. You have wondered whether you deserve this. You have looked at your own history and questioned whether someone like you could receive something this significant. I need you to hear me clearly. Your past does not disqualify you. The mistakes you have made do not erase what I have written for your future. I do not hold those things over you. I have already released them. The question is whether you will release them too. Let go of the verdict you have placed on yourself. It does not carry my signature. I never wrote it. And it has no authority over what I am about to do in your life. You are worthy of this, not because you earned it, but because I declared it. And what I declare does not bend to the opinions of those who do not know the full story. This person will not come to you asking for proof of your worth. They will not weigh your past on a scale and decide whether you measure up. That is not how I designed them to see you. They will look at you the way I do, with understanding that goes beneath the surface, with a patience that does not flinch at what is honest and imperfect. And in that space between two people who are not pretending, something real will take root. I am telling you this now because the ground is almost ready. What has been tilled in secret is about to break through into the open. And when it does, I do not want you standing at a distance, watching from a place of hesitation. I want you close. I want you present. I want you ready to receive it with open hands instead of folded arms. The time for standing back has ended. The time for stepping forward has arrived. You have spent long stretches of time making yourself smaller so that others could feel comfortable. You have bent your words, softened your needs, and swallowed your own voice to keep the peace in places that were never peaceful to begin with. I saw all of it. I saw the cost. And I am telling you now that the person I am bringing into your life will not require you to shrink. They will not ask you to hold back the fullness of who you are. They will not need you to perform a version of yourself that is easier to manage. When you speak, they will listen. When you are still, they will stay. That is what it looks like when I arrange a connection rather than leave it to chance. There is something in you that already recognizes this truth. You can feel it stirring beneath the doubt, beneath the questions, beneath the habit of guarding yourself from disappointment. That stirring is not anxiety. It is anticipation. Your spirit knows what your mind has not yet caught up with. And that is why I am asking you to trust what you feel, even before you can explain it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work. as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. I have been working in places you could not see. Behind the closed doors, beneath the failed conversations, within the silence that sometimes felt like abandonment, I was there. I was not standing idle. I was removing what needed to be removed and strengthening what needed to remain. Your life is not random. The people who left were not losses without logic. They were departures I permitted because their season was complete. And this new season, the one you are stepping into now, requires a different kind of foundation. It requires two people who have been refined, rather than two people who have simply found each other by accident. That is the difference between what I build and what the world offers. What I build holds. What I build endures. And what I am building between you and this person is meant to last beyond the first season of difficulty, beyond the first disagreement, beyond the first moment when the initial wonder settles into the rhythm of daily life. You may feel a shift in the coming days. It may be subtle at first. A name that catches your attention, a face that stays in your memory longer than it should, a conversation that lingers hours after it ends. These are not distractions. These are markers. I place them in your path so that when the full picture becomes clear, you will remember that I was pointing toward it all along. Do not dismiss what feels significant. Do not explain away the moments that make your spirit pause. Those pauses are not accidents. They are invitations to look closer, to listen more carefully, to pay attention in ways you have not been accustomed to paying attention. I am sharpening your awareness because what is coming requires you to recognize it when it arrives. And recognition requires a spirit that is awake, not dulled by distraction or clouded by cynicism. There is a difference between hoping for something and being positioned to receive it. Hope is important, but position is essential. I have been moving you into position without your awareness. The internal shifts you have experienced, the changing priorities, the fading interest in things that once consumed you, all of that is part of my repositioning. You are being aligned, and alignment is not comfortable. It requires the release of things you have held tightly. But what waits on the other side of that release is worth more than what you are being asked to let go. I promise you that. Not with empty words, but with the full authority of everything I am. What I am bringing into your life will prove itself in time. And it will not require you to defend it or justify it. It will stand on its own. I know you are listening. I know something inside you has not moved from this moment. That is because this word was not meant to pass over you lightly. It was meant to land, and it has landed. Now hold on to it. Do not let the noise of tomorrow drown out what I have spoken to you here and now. The ground beneath your feet is shifting, and that is not cause for alarm. It is cause for readiness. When a field has been plowed and watered, the shift in the soil is not destruction. It is the beginning of growth. That is what is happening in your life right now. I have been turning the earth of your heart, breaking up the hard places, softening what had become rigid through disappointment. And now something new is pushing through. You cannot see the full shape of it yet, but you can feel the pressure of it rising. That quiet insistence that something is about to change, that is not wishful thinking. That is my hand at work beneath the surface. And I do not plant what I do not intend to bring to harvest. So stay anchored in what I have spoken. Let it hold you, when the waiting feels long. Let it steady you when doubt tries to convince you that nothing is happening. Something is happening, and it is closer than the space between one breath and the next. There is also this. The person whose name is approaching has already been marked by my hand. They do not know the full scope of what I am doing, just as you do not know the full scope. But they have felt the same stirring. They have sensed that something is shifting in their own life, even if they cannot name it. Both of you are being drawn toward the same invisible center, and that center is my purpose for your lives together. My child, I need to speak to you about the weight of impatience, because it is one of the greatest enemies of what I am building. You have lived in a world that rewards speed. Everything around you moves quickly, and you have been trained to believe that if something does not happen fast, it is not happening at all. But I do not work on that timeline. My movements are deliberate. My arrangements are exact. And what I am setting in motion for you cannot be rushed without being reduced. When the name arrives, it will not come wrapped in urgency or panic. It will come wrapped in calm. And that calm will be your signal. When something I am orchestrating reaches you, it does not arrive with anxiety. It arrives with a stillness that tells you this is real. This is settled. This is mine. Learn to distinguish between the two, because the world will offer you many things that feel exciting, but carry no substance. What I am giving you carries both weight and peace. This person I have set apart for you has their own rhythm, their own pace, their own way of moving through the world. And that rhythm will not always match yours at first. But that is not a sign that something is wrong. It is a sign that two distinct journeys are being woven into one, and the weaving requires patience. You will not merge overnight. You will not understand each other completely from the first conversation. But with each honest exchange, with each moment of vulnerability, held with care, something strong will form between you. I am not giving you a finished product. I am giving you a partnership that will be shaped over time. And the shaping will require effort, but it will not require exhaustion. There is a difference between working to build something meaningful and struggling to keep something alive that was never meant to survive. This connection will not feel like survival. It will feel like growth. You have known the difference before. You have been in rooms where you felt the air leaving your lungs, where every word you spoke was measured against the risk of it being misunderstood or used against you. That is not what is coming. What is coming will feel like walking into open air after being inside a closed room for too long. You will breathe differently. You will speak differently. Not because you are pretending, but because for the first time in a long time, you will feel safe enough to be unguarded. I know what safety means to you. I know it is not a word you use lightly. You have been in places where safety was promised, but never delivered, where the people who should have been safe became the source of your deepest wounds. I am aware of all of that, and I am telling you now, what I am arranging is not a repetition of that pattern. It is the breaking of it. This person will not hold power over you. They will not use your vulnerability as a tool. They will meet your honesty with their own. And in that exchange, something will grow that neither of you could have built alone. That is the nature of what I design. It does not diminish either person. It multiplies both. You may wonder how you will know for certain. You may worry that your judgment has been wrong before and could be wrong again. I understand that fear, but listen to me. Your judgment was limited before because you were operating without my guidance in those moments. This time is different. I am walking ahead of you. I am clearing the path before you even set foot on it. The clarity you need will not come from overanalyzing every detail. It will come from a deep, settled peace that does not argue with itself. When you feel that peace, you will know, and you will not need anyone else to confirm it for you. I will be the confirmation. My presence in the moment will be unmistakable. Do not look for perfection in this person. Perfection is not what I promised, and it is not what you need. What you need is someone who is willing to show up day after day with honesty and intention. Someone whose imperfections do not threaten you, but instead remind you that realness has always been more valuable than appearances. That is what I am giving you. Not a flawless person, but a faithful one. And faithfulness, true faithfulness, is rarer than you know. It is not something the world teaches well, but it is something I have planted in this person through seasons of their own difficulty. They have learned what it costs to stay when leaving is easier, and that knowledge will shape the way they stand beside you. There will be moments in this connection where the old wounds try to speak louder than the new truth. Old habits of suspicion, of second-guessing, of bracing for impact. When those moments come, and they will come, do not let them rule you. Acknowledge them, then set them down. They belong to a chapter that is closing. They do not have a seat at the table I am preparing. I am not only building something between you and this person, I am rebuilding something within you. A trust in yourself that was damaged long before any relationship failed. A belief that you are capable of being loved without conditions, without performance, without the exhausting effort of earning what should simply be given. That belief is returning. And it is returning because I am restoring it with my own hands. You will look back on this season of preparation and understand that it was not punishment disguised as waiting. It was architecture. I was laying foundations in places you could not see, running support beams through your character, pouring strength into cracks that had been left by people who handled you carelessly. None of that work was accidental. None of it was rushed. And when the structure I have been building becomes visible to you, you will know that it was worth every moment of uncertainty you endured while I was working. There is a kind of love that the world celebrates loudly, the kind that dazzles at first sight and fades within months. That is not what I am bringing you. What I am bringing moves quietly. It does not need an audience. It does not require applause or display. It proves itself in the ordinary moments, in the way someone remembers what you said 3 weeks ago and brings it up because it mattered to them, in the way they notice when your voice changes, even slightly, in the way they choose to stay in the room when the conversation gets difficult instead of walking away. That kind of love is not glamorous, but it is enduring, and it is the kind that will carry you through seasons that test everything. I do not build connections that only work when things are easy. I build connections that hold when things are hard. And that is exactly what this one is. I want you to stop measuring what is coming by what has already failed. You have a habit of using the past as a measuring stick for the future, and it has kept you smaller than you were meant to be. The past was not a preview. It was a passage. You moved through it, and it moved through you, and both of you are different now. The person you were in those moments is not the person who is standing here listening to me now. You are stronger. You are more honest with yourself. You have learned to ask harder questions and sit with uncomfortable answers. Those are not small things. Those are the markers of someone who has been shaped by fire and come through it with more clarity than they had going in. I honor that in you, and I am matching it with someone who carries the same kind of hard-won understanding. The name will not come in the way you might expect. It may arrive through a voice you were not paying attention to. It may surface in a moment so ordinary you almost let it pass. But something inside you will catch it. Something inside you will hold it, the way your hand instinctively catches something falling before your mind registers what it is. That instinct is not accidental. I placed it in you, and I sharpened it through everything you have been through. When it happens, do not fight it. Do not interrogate it until it loses its shape. Let it sit in your spirit the way rain sits on dry ground, soaking in slowly, reaching the places that need it most. Understanding does not always come instantly. Sometimes it comes in layers, and the first layer is simply this: recognition. Knowing that what you have just encountered matters. Knowing that it is not random. Knowing that something beyond your own logic has placed it directly in your awareness. I did not bring you this far to leave you guessing in the final stretch. I am a finisher. What I begin, I bring to completion. And this word I have spoken over your life is not half-formed. It is fully shaped. It is waiting for the moment when both you and this person are positioned exactly where you need to be. That moment is not far. The preparations are nearly complete. Not just on your side, but on theirs as well. They have been walking their own road of becoming, carrying their own questions, facing their own tests. And they have been faithful through it, just as you have. When two people who have been individually refined are finally brought together, the result is not fragile. It is forged. There is an image I want you to hold in your mind. Two rivers that have been flowing through separate valleys for years, each carving its own path through rock and soil. They did not know they were heading toward the same destination. They could not see each other. But the terrain was shaped so that eventually, inevitably, they would converge. And when they do, the current becomes stronger than either could have been alone. That is what I am doing with your life and theirs. Two separate journeys, each purposeful, each necessary, merging into a single current that moves with a power neither of you could have generated on your own. You will feel that power, not as force, but as flow, not as pressure, but as momentum, and it will carry you both forward into things you have not yet imagined. I want you to understand something about what this connection will require from you. It will not ask you to perform or to earn your place, but it will ask you to be present, fully present, not hiding behind old defenses, not running through rehearsed versions of yourself, but standing openly in who you are and trusting that it is enough. That will feel unfamiliar at first. You have spent so much time curating how others see you that the thought of being simply, plainly yourself may feel like the most vulnerable thing I have ever asked of you. But it is also the most freeing. And once you taste that freedom, you will not want to go back to performing. You will wonder why you ever thought pretending was the safer option, when being known, truly known, is the only thing that ever brought you rest. There is a difference between being admired from a distance and being loved up close. And what I am giving you is the second kind. The kind that does not require you to maintain an image. The kind that holds you, even when the image falls away. I am not finished speaking. There is still more you need to hear before I am done. Stay close, keep your heart open. What I am about to say will reach into the places where your deepest questions live, and it will begin to answer them in ways you did not expect. You were not made to walk through life guessing whether you are seen. You were made to be known, deeply and without apology. And that is what I am delivering into your hands. Not a shallow mirror that shows you only what you want to see, but a steady presence that reflects back the truth of who you are. and loves what it finds there. There are seasons in your life that seem to exist only to test whether you would break. Some of those seasons felt endless, as though they had no purpose except to wear you down. But I want you to see them differently now. Those seasons were not wasted time. They were the kiln. They were the pressure that turned loose sand into something solid. And the person you became through them is the exact person who is ready for what I am now placing before you. I do not waste difficulty. I never have. Every hard season you endured was producing something inside you that comfort alone could never have built. Resilience, discernment, the ability to love without demanding proof of safety first. You may not see those qualities in yourself yet, but I see them clearly. And so will the person whose name is on its way to you. This connection will not be built on pretense. It will not be built on the versions of yourself you show the world when you are trying to impress. It will be built on truth, on the unpolished, unrehearsed version of who you really are. And that version is the one I love most. That version is the one I have been refining. Not to make you acceptable to someone else, but to help you accept yourself deeply enough that when someone truly sees you, you do not flinch. You have spent too many years flinching. You have pulled back when someone got close. You have changed the subject when conversations reached the places that mattered most. I understand why. Those places were unprotected once, and the people who entered them did not treat them with care. But this time I am standing guard at the entrance. No one is entering those sacred spaces unless I have prepared them to honor what they find. State your agreement if you feel this truth settling in your spirit. I want to tell you something about the way this person will love you. It will not always be dramatic. It will not always be poetic, but it will be constant. And constancy is the one thing that has been missing from your life for longer than you care to admit. You have been surrounded by people who arrived with promises and departed with excuses. That pattern is ending. What I am bringing is someone who understands that love is not measured in grand gestures, but in daily decisions. The decision to stay honest. The decision to remain kind when frustration rises. The decision to keep building even when the progress feels slow. Those are the decisions that hold a life together, and this person has been learning to make them, just as you have. Neither of you is arriving at this connection unprepared. Both of you have been walking toward it through your own fires. And when you meet, the recognition will not need to be explained. It will simply be known. There will also be a purpose that extends beyond the two of you. This connection is not isolated. It is part of something larger that I am doing, something that touches the lives of those around you in ways you have not yet imagined. When two people walk in alignment with me, the effect is not contained within their own four walls. It reaches outward. It influences. It creates a stability that others are drawn to, not because it is loud, but because it is real. The people around you will sense the difference, even if they cannot name it. They will notice that something has shifted in the atmosphere of your life. You have always wanted your life to matter beyond yourself. You have carried that desire quietly, sometimes wondering if it was too ambitious or too unrealistic. It is neither. It is the design I placed inside you, and the person I'm bringing will share that design. Together you will build something that outlives the moment, something that leaves a mark on the ground you walk on. I am not asking you to plan every detail of that future right now. I am asking you to trust that the first step is the person I am revealing. Everything else flows from that. The name is coming. The moment is coming. And when it arrives, you will not second guess it. because something in you will already know that this is what you have been prepared for. You have lived with questions that had no answers. You have carried longings that felt too deep to speak out loud. I heard every one of them. I held every one of them. And now I am beginning to answer them in ways you will recognize as mine. Not flashy, not overwhelming, but unmistakably certain. I built you for this moment. I walked you through fires that were meant to refine, not to destroy. I allowed losses that were meant to make room, not to leave you empty. And I held you through silences that were meant to sharpen your hearing, not to punish you with absence. Every thread connects, every piece fits, and the picture that is forming is more beautiful than you have dared to believe. Do not be afraid of what you are feeling right now. Whether it is hope or uncertainty or a strange mixture of both, it is all part of the process. I do not require you to arrive at this moment with perfect faith. I only require you to arrive with willingness. Willingness to trust me one more time. Willingness to believe that what I have spoken is not empty. Willingness to open the door when I knock, even if your hands are trembling when you reach for the handle. That is enough. Your willingness is enough. I will do the rest. I have been doing the rest all along, and I am not about to stop now. Not when you are this close to what I have been preparing. Not when the distance between promise and fulfillment has never been shorter than it is right now. My child, as I draw these words to their close, I want you to understand that everything I have spoken to you carries the weight of intention. Nothing was filler, nothing was padding. Every sentence was placed with the same precision that I use when I set stars in their positions and rivers in their courses. You were not an afterthought in my design, and neither is this connection I am bringing you. The name is close now, closer than it was when I first began speaking to you, and I want you to know that when it comes, it will not feel like something foreign invading your life. It will feel like something returning, like a word you forgot you knew until you heard it spoken again, like a melody that lived in the back of your mind but never had a moment to surface until now. That is because this was always part of your story. It was written before you could read. It was decided before you could choose. And it has been protected through every storm that tried to erase it. Nothing, no failure, no misstep, no wrong turn, has been strong enough to undo what I declared over your life before it began. You have doubted yourself more times than you can count. You have looked in the mirror and wondered if what you saw was worthy of the kind of love that lasts. I am telling you now, for the last time in this word, that the answer is yes. Not because you are without flaw, but because I do not measure worthiness the way the world does. I measure it by what I placed inside you, and what I placed inside you has never diminished, no matter what tried to cover it over. The person I am bringing will see what I see. Not perfectly, because they are human, and their sight has limits. But they will see enough. They will see the depth in you that others rushed past. They will feel the steadiness in you that others mistook for quietness. They will value the parts of you that have been overlooked for so long you almost forgot they existed. And in being seen that way, something in you will awaken that has been asleep for far too long. That awakening is not something you need to force. It will happen naturally, the way a field thaws after a long season of frost. One day the ice simply gives way to warmth, and what was buried begins to push through the surface again. That is what is happening in your life right now, even as you listen to these words. I want you to carry this truth with you in the days ahead. When doubt returns, and it will, I want you to remember what I have spoken. Not as a vague memory, but as a fixed point you can anchor to when the waters become rough. This word is not fragile. It does not dissolve under pressure. It stands because I stand behind it, and I do not move. You will face moments where the waiting feels unbearable. You will face moments where the silence between this word and its fulfillment seems too long. In those moments, do not conclude that I have forgotten. Conclude instead that I am still working, that the same hands that set this in motion are still shaping it, still refining it, still bringing it to the exact point where it will arrive with maximum impact and minimum confusion. I do not deliver things early. I do not deliver them late. I deliver them in the precise moment when they will be received fully and appreciated deeply. And that moment, for this connection, is being calibrated with the same care I use to hold the entire creation in balance. You are not alone. You have never been alone, even when the silence convinced you otherwise. I was in the silence. I was in the waiting. I was in the questions you could not answer and the prayers you could not finish. I was in all of it, working, arranging, preparing. And I am in this moment too, right here, speaking to you with a clarity that I do not offer lightly. I am offering it to you because the time demands it, and because your heart is ready to receive it. The connection that is coming will not erase your past, but it will put your past in its proper place, behind you where it belongs. It will not fix everything overnight, but it will give you a partner in the work of building something meaningful. And that partnership, grounded in trust, shaped by refinement, and held together by my hand, will be stronger than anything either of you has ever known. When the name comes, receive it. Do not overthink it. Do not resist it. Do not look for reasons it cannot be true. Simply hold it. Let it settle. Let it take root. And then watch as everything I have promised begins to unfold before your eyes. One step at a time. One day at a time. One act of trust at a time. I have loved you through everything. I have kept you through everything. And now I am bringing you into something new, not because you earned it through perfection, but because my purposes for your life have always included this moment. Walk forward with confidence. Walk forward with an open heart. And know that what I have prepared for you is already reaching out to meet you halfway. The ground is set. The season has turned. The name is near. And when it lands in your spirit, you will know without question that this was always meant to be yours. Go now with my peace resting on you. Go with the certainty that what I have set in motion cannot be undone by any force. And go knowing that the one I have chosen for you is already on their way. You are ready. You may not feel ready, but readiness is not a feeling. It is a position. And I have placed you in that position through every step you have taken to reach this moment. You are exactly where you need to be. And the person I have chosen is exactly where they need to be. The only thing left is the moment I bring you together. And that moment is already written. Declare your amen if you receive everything I have spoken over your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something is happening at your house right now, and I will not let you walk past it. Stay with my voice. Do not treat this like every other quiet hour that has come and gone. I am speaking about the place where you live, the walls that hold you, the door you close behind you at the end of a long day, the room where you have prayed so softly that no one else could have heard it. My attention rests on that place tonight, and not because of stone or wood or the roof over it, because of the life inside it, because of you. Hear me clearly. What you have been waiting for is not still traveling toward you. It has already come. It is standing nearer than the sound of your own breathing, and the only question left is whether you will know it when it speaks. I am telling you this plainly because I do not want you to miss it. You have been expecting something loud, something that would arrive with noise and force and leave you no room to doubt. That is not how I have chosen to move in your life. I am coming through a narrow opening, through a door you have stopped watching, through a moment so ordinary that you would have let it pass without a second thought. My beloved, that is why I am holding your attention now. There is a heaviness you have felt in your house lately, and you could not name it. There is also a strange stirring underneath it, like something waiting just out of sight. You told yourself it was tiredness. You told yourself it was your own mind playing tricks. It was neither. Something unseen has already begun to move around you, and what you sensed was the edge of it. I do not send you feelings without reason. Your house is not only a building, it is the place where your life gathers. Your rest is there. Your worry is there. Your prayers have soaked into it. What settles in your house settles in your spirit, and what is cleared from your house is cleared from your days. That is why I am dealing with it directly. Some things in that space were never meant to stay as long as they have. Declare your amen if you believe I am speaking to you right now. Let me tell you what I have been doing while you slept. I have been separating. I have been deciding what belongs to you and what has only been living beside you. There is a difference, and you have not always been able to tell them apart. What is yours will remain. What is not yours is being asked to leave, and it will not be allowed to argue. You have carried a weight for so long that you stopped noticing its shape. Worry that woke you at odd hours. A tightness in your chest when you thought about what was coming. A voice that told you not to hope too openly, in case hope made a fool of you again. I am lifting those things off you one at a time. Some mornings you will feel lighter and not understand why. That is my hand. Do not question it. I know what these last seasons have cost you. You held on when everything around you gave you permission to let go. You kept praying after the words ran out. You sat in rooms where no one asked how you were, and you answered anyway, silently, to me. I heard all of it. Nothing you spoke into the dark disappeared, and now the answer stands at your door. My child, do not let doubt speak louder than my voice tonight. There are thoughts already forming in you that want to argue with what you are hearing. They will tell you nothing has changed. They will remind you of every time you got your hopes up and paid for it. Those thoughts are familiar, but familiar is not the same as true. Something has already shifted in your favor. It shifted before you felt it. You are not here by accident. You did not stumble into this moment by chance. I arranged for these words to reach you at the exact hour your heart was open enough to receive them, and not 1 minute before. That is how carefully I work with you. When I moved through Egypt, I told the people to mark their doorposts, not their fields, not their livestock, their houses. What passed over that night passed over homes, and every family that trusted me enough to mark the entrance woke to the morning of their freedom. I have always dealt with houses. I have always started at the door. I am at yours now. Understand this. I do not clear a space for nothing. When I remove, I am making room. When I take something out of your life, it is because I have already chosen what will stand in that place instead. You have watched things end and thought you were losing. You were not losing. You were being emptied so you could be filled with something that would not run out. There were paths that would have swallowed you whole. There were people who would have taken more from you than you could afford to give. There were plans you begged me for that I quietly refused, and you called it silence. It was not silence. It was me standing between you and a door you would not have survived walking through. You thought you were being denied. You were being kept. Now you stand where you can finally receive what was always meant for you. Not what you settled for. Not what you talked yourself into. What was actually written for your life before you learned to lower your expectations. Listen closely, because I need you present for what comes next. The thing I am bringing will not announce itself the way you imagine. It may come through a conversation you almost did not have, through a decision that seems too small to matter, through a door that opens so quietly you could easily walk past it while thinking about something else. Pay attention to the small things. That is where I am hiding the answer. I am not distant from your life. I am not watching from a height, uninterested in the details. I am in the room with you. I am in the ordinary hours. And tonight I am speaking because what is unfolding around your house is too important for you to sleep through. Let me show you what I have been removing. There has been something living in your house that never paid rent. It came in quietly years ago, through a season you barely survived. It made itself at home in your thinking. It shaped how you spoke about yourself when you were alone. And because it arrived during a hard time, you assumed it was simply part of who you were. It was not. It was a squatter, and I am putting it out. You will feel its absence before you understand it. There will be a morning soon when you wake and something that always sat on your chest is not there. You will look for it out of habit. You will not find it. Do not go searching for what I have taken. Let it stay gone. I am also dealing with what has been draining your rest. Sleep has not been kind to you. You lie down tired and rise tired, and no amount of quiet seems to reach the bottom of it. That is not weakness in your body alone. Something has been feeding on your peace, and I am cutting off its supply. Peace is not a mood. Peace is ground. When your peace is disturbed, every decision becomes heavier than it needs to be. You second-guess what you already know. You delay what should be simple. You carry conversations for days that should have been set down within the hour. I am restoring the ground beneath you so that you can think clearly again. You were never meant to fight this battle from an unsteady place. There is also a boundary being drawn around your life right now. Things that once had free access to you will find the way closed. People who could reach into your peace whenever they pleased will find that their words no longer land the way they used to. This is not hardness. This is order. A house without a door is not a home, it is a road. I am giving you a door, and I am teaching you when to keep it shut. You may notice that certain people begin to drift away without any argument between you. Do not chase them. Not every departure is a wound. Some of it is simply what happens when a life starts moving in a direction that others were never called to walk. Let them go with kindness, and let the space they leave stay empty until I fill it. There are patterns in your life that have repeated so many times you began to expect them. The same kind of disappointment arriving in a different set of clothes. The same season of hope followed by the same quiet collapse. You started to believe that this was simply the shape of your life, that some people get smooth roads and you were given a circle. I am breaking the circle. You will notice this first in small ways. A situation that would normally repeat will simply not appear. A conflict that would normally flare will pass without catching fire. You will wait for the familiar ending and it will not come. That is not luck. That is a cycle being cut at the root, and roots do not grow back once I have removed them. Understand something about what did not work out for you. There were doors you knocked on until your hands hurt. There were opportunities you were certain were yours, and they went to someone else. You took that personally. You wondered what was wrong with you that made me withhold. Nothing was wrong with you. Those doors led somewhere I would not send you. When Rahab hid my messengers, she was told to tie a scarlet cord in her window. The whole city fell. Her house stood. Not because the walls were stronger, but because it had been marked, and what is marked by me is not swept away with everything else. Your house carries a mark you cannot see. You have lived through seasons that took other things down around you, and you are still standing. That was not endurance alone. That was covering. I have covered you longer than you know. There is something else I am clearing, and this one is harder, because it lives inside you rather than around you. It is the belief that you must earn what I want to give. You have worked yourself thin trying to prove you deserve peace. You have kept a ledger in your mind of every failure, and you have used it against yourself whenever something good approached. Put the ledger down. I'm not reading from it. My child, your worth was never a payment you were making toward some future kindness of mine. It was settled long before you were old enough to argue about it. Every time you have told yourself that you are too much or not enough, you were repeating something I never said. I am removing that voice from your house too. You may feel old memories rising in these days. Things you thought you had buried will surface at odd times, without warning, in the middle of an ordinary afternoon. Do not panic when it happens. I am not reopening wounds to hurt you. What is being brought to the surface is being brought out so it can leave. Nothing heals while it is hidden. Let it come up. Let it go. Do not fight the emptying. There will be a stillness after this clearing, and the stillness may unsettle you. You have lived so long with noise that quiet will feel like something is missing. It is not. Stillness is often the sound of a work being finished. When the room finally goes silent, that is not abandonment. That is completion. I do not fill a house while I am still cleaning it, and I am nearly done cleaning. You have been asking me for change for a long time. This is what change looks like at the beginning. Not fireworks. Not a sudden reversal that makes everyone who doubted you take notice. It looks like a load coming off. It looks like a habit losing its grip. It looks like a night where you finally sleep through, and you cannot explain what was different. That is the change. It has started. Declare, I receive it, if your heart is open to what I am doing. Now hear why the clearing mattered. I do not pour new provision into old disorder. I do not set something valuable down in a room that cannot hold it. Everything I have done in these last months was preparation for a delivery, and the delivery is close. There was a man named Obed-Edom. He did not ask for what came to his door. My presence was left at his house because no one else was willing to take it in, and for 3 months everything he owned began to increase. His fields, his household, his name. He did nothing clever. He simply made room and did not treat what I placed with him as a burden. That is the whole lesson. Make room and do not resent what I set down. Your house is being made ready for something that will not be temporary. You have received things before that came and left quickly, and it taught you not to hold anything too tightly. I understand why you learned that, but this is not the same. What I am placing in your life has been built on ground that will hold weight. Lasting things take longer to build. That is the only reason for the wait. You have wondered why certain seasons took so long, why prayers you prayed years ago are only now beginning to move. It was never that I was slow to hear you. It was that I refused to hand you something that would break the moment it entered your hands. I would rather you wait for what stays than receive quickly what leaves. Everything I have delayed, I have been strengthening. There is a stage between preparing and receiving, and you are standing in it right now. It is the stage where nothing looks different, but everything has already changed. The work is done in the unseen and has not yet surfaced. This is where most people give up, because their eyes tell them nothing has happened. Your eyes are the last to know. Do not let them lead you. There is something coming into your house that will require your trust before it arrives, not after. Trust that begins after the proof is not trust at all, it is arithmetic. What I am asking of you is older and simpler than that. I am asking you to act on what you cannot yet see. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. When Elijah came to the widow at Zarephath, she had enough flour for one final meal and nothing after it. He asked her for bread first, not from her abundance, from the last of what she had. She could have counted what remained and decided it was too little to share. Instead, she made room in her hands, and the jar did not run dry through the whole famine. That jar was not filled once. It refilled every single day, quietly, without ceremony, for as long as it was needed. I have never asked anyone to give from what they did not need. That would prove nothing. Understand what I am really doing in your house. I am not simply improving your circumstances. I am changing what you are able to hold. A larger life requires a larger frame, and the frame is built through what you release, not through what you grip. Every time you have held something too tightly, it stopped moving. There is a kind of fear that disguises itself as wisdom. It counts and recounts and calls itself careful. It tells you to wait until things are certain before you move. But certainty is not the ground I build on. If you wait for the ground to be visible before stepping, you will stand in the same place for the rest of your life. I am not asking you to be reckless. I'm asking you to be free. Something has been sitting in your life that you were meant to release, and you have known it for a while now. It might be a plan you have outgrown, a grudge you have fed longer than it deserved, a version of yourself you keep returning to because at least it is familiar. Whatever it is standing in the doorway of what I am delivering. Move it. The door only opens one way. My beloved, I am not testing you to see if you will fail. I already know what is in you. I am giving you the chance to feel the strength you have gained, because strength that is never used feels like nothing at all. You are far stronger than the person who first began praying about this situation. You simply have not been given a reason to see it yet. You are about to be given that reason. There will be a moment soon when you are asked to act before the outcome is clear. It may look like a small choice, a word you decide to speak, a hand you decide to extend, a step you take towards something that has no guarantee attached to it. That moment carries far more weight than its size suggests. Do not talk yourself out of it. That moment is the hinge. I have set things in motion around you that are already in progress. There are conversations happening about you in rooms you have never entered. There are people who will matter to your future who do not know your name yet. There are arrangements being made that you could not organize on your own no matter how hard you worked. Some of what is coming to you will arrive through people you have not met. Your part is not to build all of it. Your part is to keep the house ready and the door unlocked. To stay open when it would be easier to close. To keep your heart soft in a season when hardness would feel safer. Softness is not weakness. In your life, it has always been the doorway. Now I want to tell you how it will come, so you do not miss it. Naaman was a commander. He arrived at the prophet's door with horses and treasure, expecting a performance worthy of his standing. He was told to wash in a muddy river 7 times. He was insulted. He nearly rode home carrying his sickness with him, because the answer was too plain to respect. His servants had to reason with him. If you had been asked to do something great, you would have done it. Do not let the smallness of my answer offend you. You have prayed with a certain picture in your mind. You imagined the shape of the rescue. You decided which door it would come through, and you have been standing near that door so long that you have stopped watching the others. I am telling you now that I am not coming through the one you are watching. Turn around. Look at what is ordinary. When Elijah stood on the mountain waiting for me, there was a great wind that tore the rocks apart. I was not in the wind. There was an earthquake. I was not in the earthquake. There was fire. I was not in the fire. And then there was a low, quiet sound, barely more than a whisper, and he covered his face because he knew. I am rarely in the noise. I am almost always in the whisper. This is why I asked you to pay attention to small things. The blessing I am sending you may arrive dressed as an inconvenience, a change of plans, a delay that puts you in a place you did not intend to be, standing next to someone you were never going to meet. You will be irritated for a moment. Then you will understand. Nothing in your life is random anymore, not since I began this work. The widow who came to Elisha owed a debt she could not pay, and men were coming to take everything she had left. He asked her one question. What do you have in your house? She said, nothing at all except a little oil. That little oil filled every empty vessel she could gather, and the borrowing of empty jars from her neighbors was the whole of her part in the miracle. She was not asked to produce the oil. She was asked to bring the emptiness. Bring me your empty places. That is what I can work with. You have spent a long time apologizing for what you lack. You have counted what you do not have so often that you can recite the list without effort. But your lack is not an obstacle to me. It is the container. The wider the empty space, the more room there is for what I intend to pour. Stop hiding your empty rooms from me. I'm not embarrassed by them. There is a change already taking place in how you see. Things that used to confuse you have started to make a strange kind of sense. Situations you could not read a year ago are becoming clear. This is not because you have become more clever. It is because I am giving you sight for the road ahead, and sight always comes just before it is needed. I will not show you the whole path. I never have. But the next step is becoming visible. Take it. That is all I am asking for. You may notice something else beginning to happen. People are responding to you differently. There is more kindness where there used to be indifference. Doors that were guarded seem to open with less resistance. You did not do anything to earn this. I am moving in the hearts of others on your behalf, and most of them will never know why they softened toward you. I work in people you will never think to thank. My precious one, there is something rising in you that you have not named yet. It is a steadiness, a calm that stays even when the day goes badly. You will catch yourself handling something that would have undone you last year, and you will handle it without shaking. Do not walk past that. That is the evidence you have been asking me for. You wanted a sign. I built the sign into you. Listen carefully now, because this part matters. The thing that is coming will feel right rather than look right. It may not have the appearance you expected. It may not impress anyone you were hoping to impress. But when it arrives, something in your spirit will settle, and you will know it the way you know your own name. Trust the settling. That is my confirmation, and it does not lie. There will also be things that look right but feel wrong, and you must be just as willing to refuse those. Not everything that arrives at your door was sent by me. Some of it comes to test whether you will accept a substitute out of impatience. You have done that before. You will not need to do it again. You can tell the difference now. That discernment is new, and it is mine. Do not measure your life against anyone else's. What I am doing with you is fitted to you specifically. The timing, the shape, the size of it, all of it was made for the life you actually have, not for the one you compare yourself to. When you look sideways, you lose the thread of your own story. Look forward. That is the only direction your answer is coming from. I know there is a part of you that is bracing. You have been disappointed enough times that hope now feels like a risk you cannot afford. So you hold back a little, even now, even while you listen. You keep one hand on the exit. I am not asking you to be certain. I am asking you to stop bracing. Nothing is going to be snatched from you this time. What I establish, I defend. You will not have to spend the next season waiting for it to fall apart, wondering when the other thing will happen. That fear belonged to a version of your life that I have already brought to an end. Let your shoulders come down. You are safe here. There is a choice in front of you, and I want you to see it clearly before it arrives. 2 roads. One of them is familiar. It has your footprints all over it. You know exactly what it costs, how it feels, where it ends. It is not a good road, but it is a known one, and knowing has its own comfort. The other road you have never walked. That is its only fault. Fear will make the first road sound reasonable. It always does. It will call itself patience. It will tell you to wait a little longer, to gather more information, to be sure. And you will nod because it sounds wise, and you will stay exactly where you are for another year. Do not confuse hesitation with discernment. They wear the same coat. I am not sending you into the unknown alone. I am sending you into something I have already walked through and prepared. The only thing unknown about it is that you have not seen it yet, and that is not the same as danger. 10 men came back from surveying a land I had already given away. 10 of them talked about the size of the people living there. 2 of them talked about the size of the fruit. Both reports were accurate. Only one of them was true. And a whole generation stayed in the wilderness because they believed the accurate report instead of the true one. Be careful whose report you agree with about your own life. There are voices around you that will not understand this season. Some of them love you. They will worry out loud. They will remind you of what happened last time, not to hurt you, but because they remember your pain and cannot bear to watch it again. Receive their care. Do not receive their limits. You do not need permission from people who are not going where you are going. There is also a voice inside you that has been arguing with me since this began. It says, "You are too old for this, too tired, that your window is closed and the good things go to other people now." I want you to hear how that voice speaks. It never accuses me directly. It only accuses you. That is how you can tell it is not mine. Sarah laughed when I told her what was coming because she had already done the arithmetic on her own body. Moses argued with me about his mouth. Gideon asked me to prove myself twice and then asked once more. I did not withdraw the calling from any of them. I let them argue and then I used them anyway. Your doubt has never disqualified you. It only delays you. My child, we have walked a long road together, longer than you sometimes remember. There were stretches of it where you spoke to me constantly, and stretches where you barely spoke at all. I did not walk away during the quiet parts. I have never needed your words in order to stay near you. I stayed. Through all of it, I stayed. Now I am asking for something specific. Not perfect faith, not certainty. Just a step. One step taken in the direction of what I have shown you, before you have any evidence that it will hold. That single step is the difference between a life that changes and a life that only talks about changing. Say yes out loud if you are ready to take that step. Understand what happens when you move. The Jordan did not part while the people stood on the bank discussing it. The priests carrying the ark had to put their feet into the water first, while it was still running high, and only then did it stand back. The way opened under their feet, not before them. I move when you move. That has always been the order. I know this is not how you would design it. You would prefer the water to part first, so you could see the dry ground before committing. But faith that requires a guarantee is just planning with religious language attached. What I am building in you cannot be built that way. Step in. The water knows my voice. There is something you will feel just before the moment comes. A pull. A knowing that sits somewhere below your thinking, that does not argue and does not explain itself. It will simply be there, steady, pointing in a direction. You have felt it before and talked yourself out of it. Do not talk yourself out of it this time. That knowing is not your imagination, and it is not your nerves. It is how I speak to a heart that has learned to listen. Your ability to hear it has grown, though you have not been keeping track. What used to take you weeks to recognize now takes you an afternoon. You are becoming someone who can be led. That is no small thing. And I want you to notice how you are handling the waiting itself. There was a time when delay would have crushed you. You would have taken it as a verdict on your worth. Now you can sit inside a slow season without falling apart in it. You may not call that progress. I do. The person you were 3 years ago could not carry what you are carrying today. That growth was not accidental. Every difficult stretch shaped something specific in you, and I was watching what it built, not only what it cost. I have never enjoyed your pain. I have never sent suffering as a lesson, but I have never wasted what you walked through either. Nothing you have lived through is going to be thrown away. When you finally stand in what is coming, you will understand why certain things had to happen in the order they did. Not all of it will be explained. Some questions I will keep, but enough will make sense that you will be able to set the rest down. You will not need every answer once you are standing in the outcome. So make your choice with your eyes open. I will not force it. I have never forced anything from you, not once in all these years. I speak, I open the door, and I wait to see what you will do with it. The door is open now. Walk through. Now let me speak to you about restoration, because you have misunderstood what I mean by it. You think restoration means going back, recovering what was taken, returning to the year before everything went wrong, as though the goal were to undo the damage and stand where you once stood. That is not what I do. I do not rebuild the old house. I build a better one on the same ground. There are things in your life you wrote off as finished. You made peace with their loss, or you told yourself you did. You stopped praying about them because praying about them hurt more than accepting them. I want you to know that I did not close the file when you did. What you called permanent, I called paused. I am touching places you stopped bringing to me, areas you decided were simply the cost of living a real life. Some of what returns will not look like what left, and that will confuse you at first. Do not measure the new thing against the memory of the old one. The old one was smaller than you remember. Restoration in my hands always comes back larger than what was lost. The Shunammite woman built a small room on her roof for a prophet who passed through. Just a bed, a table, a stool, a lamp. She asked for nothing. Years later, when famine drove her from her land and everything she owned was taken, she came to appeal to the king, and she arrived at the exact hour someone was telling him her story. He restored her house, her land, and every year of income she had lost while she was gone. She was not given back what she had. She was given back the years as well. I keep account of time, not only of what was taken from you, but of what those seasons cost you in hours you cannot get back. And I have my own way of returning time to a life. It does not always come as more years. Sometimes it comes as speed, where a thing that should have taken a decade arrives in a season. Do not be shocked when things begin to move quickly. You have earned the acceleration. Your peace is the first thing being restored, and it is the foundation for everything else. Not the peace that depends on a quiet week. The other kind, the sort that holds when the week is loud. You will notice it in the way you wake, in the way you handle news that would have flattened you. It will not arrive all at once. It will settle in layers. Peace that settles in layers does not lift easily. A house built on rock and a house built on sand can look identical in fair weather. The difference is invisible until the storm comes. I am not promising you a life without weather. I am telling you what is underneath you has been changed, and the next storm will find something it cannot move. You will discover this the hard way, and you will be glad. My beloved, there is a quiet ownership growing in you over the space you live in. Your house is beginning to feel like yours in a way it has not before, not because anything about it has changed, but because you have. It is becoming a place that gives back to you rather than takes from you. You should feel restored when you walk through that door. That is what a home is for. There is also something that will start to grow out of that space and reach beyond it. What I establish in you does not stay contained. It moves into your work, into your conversations, into the lives of those you love and the ones you carry in prayer without telling anyone. You are becoming a source of steadiness for people who have none. Do not be surprised when others start bringing their weight to you. They will not always know why they chose you. They will simply notice that you are not frantic, and something in them will want to sit near that. This is part of what I am building. A house that has been made whole becomes shelter for someone else. What I pour into you was never meant to stop with you. There will be moments in this new season that test you in small ways. Not great trials. Ordinary irritations that measure whether the change is real. Someone will speak to you the way they always have, and you will notice that it does not reach you. A situation will repeat, and your response will not. Those small moments are how you will learn what I have done. You may also find that your desires themselves are shifting. Things you once wanted badly have quietly lost their pull. New things are taking their place, and you did not decide any of it. That is me, reshaping what you reach for, so that your wanting and your purpose finally point in the same direction. When your desires change, your direction changes without any struggle at all. Do not grieve the old wants. They belong to a person who is surviving. You are not surviving anymore. There is a confidence forming in you that has nothing to do with pride. Pride needs an audience. This does not. It is the settled quiet of someone who has stopped needing to be told they are on the right road, because they can feel the ground under their feet. You will make decisions faster now. Trust that speed. It is not carelessness, it is clarity. And when something does not belong in your life, you will know it early rather than late. That has been the expensive lesson of your past. Learning too slowly, staying too long, giving too much to what was never going to give back. That season of costly lessons is finished. You will not pay that price again. There was a man who climbed a tree because he was too short to see over the crowd. He had no reason to expect anything. He was disliked and he had earned most of it, and he only wanted a look at someone passing through his town. He was called down by name, and the words spoken over him that day were these: "Today salvation has come to this house, not to the temple, not to the crowd, to his house." That is how I have always worked, and it is what I am doing with yours. I come to addresses. I come to specific doors, and I have never once needed a person to be impressive before I would enter. You do not have to become someone else first. I am coming to the one you already are. Now hear what I ask of you going forward, because it is not much. Stay awake. That is nearly all of it. Do not fall back asleep in your own life. The greatest risk in front of you is not failure. It is drifting, letting the days blur together until you stop noticing what I am doing in them. Notice. That is your part. I will handle the rest. There will be mornings when none of this feels true. When the house is quiet and nothing has visibly changed and the words you are hearing now seem far away. On those mornings, do not go looking for the feeling. Go back to what you know. Feelings arrive late and leave early. What I have spoken does not move. Build on what I said, not on how you feel about it today. There will also be days when the evidence is undeniable, when something happens that could only have come from me, and you will want to tell everyone. Tell whoever you like, but keep some of it for yourself. Not everything I give you needs to be explained to be real. Some things I do in your life are only for you and me. My child, I want to say something about the years behind you. You have carried a quiet suspicion that you wasted them, that you were slow, that you should have known better, that other people were building something while you were only holding on. Set that down. Holding on was not nothing. There were seasons where staying was the whole victory. You did not waste the time. You spent it, and I know exactly what it bought. The ones you love are also touched by what is happening in your house, not because they have done anything, but because you are the door, and what comes through you does not stop at you. Peace in your life becomes peace in theirs. Steadiness in you becomes ground they can stand on. You have been praying for them for a long time. This is part of how I am answering. There will be a moment not far from now when you look around at your own life and realize that the thing you were begging for has already been happening for a while. You will not be able to say exactly when it began, That is how I do most of my work, quietly underneath, until one day the shape of it is unmistakable. You will look back at this hour and know this was where it turned. So here is what I am asking of you tonight. Go into your house differently. Look at the rooms as though something has been prepared in them, because it has. Speak in there like someone who has been heard, because you have been. And when you close the door behind you, close it knowing that what is inside is guarded. Nothing gets in past me. Not one thing. I'm not going to promise you an easy road. I have never promised that to anyone, and you would not believe me if I did. What I am promising is that you will not walk it uncovered, and you will not walk it without provision, and you will not walk it alone. I have been with you in the years that had no name. I am not leaving now that the good part is starting. Do not measure the size of this against what anyone else has received. What is coming to you is fitted to you. It matches your life, your capacity, your calling. Something larger would have crushed you, and something smaller would have insulted the work I have done in you. This is the right size. Take it without apologizing for it, and when it comes, receive it fully. Do not hold it at arm's length waiting to see if it is a trick. Do not shrink it to protect yourself from disappointment. You have done that with every good thing that has come near you for years, and I am asking you to stop. Open your hands. Take what I am handing you. The waiting part of your life is closing. Not because you finally did something right, but because the season has turned, and I am the one who turns seasons. What was prepared has been finished. What was cleared has been filled. What was marked has been kept. Your house is ready, and so are you. You have spent years asking me to move. I have moved. The asking part is over, and the living part begins tonight, in the room where you are standing. Now go and live like someone who believes what they have just heard. Declare it is done if you are ready to walk into it.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My beloved, I am here with you. I want to speak with you right now because what has been waiting for you is no longer waiting in silence. You were chosen to hear something rare tonight. Keep this close, for it is taking place at this very moment. The answer you have carried in quiet hope has reached the edge of your life, and it needs your attention, your openness, and your willingness to receive it. Do not turn away from this hour. Stay with my voice, because these words are meant for you. Not later, not someday, now. I have been calling you for a long time. Tonight you are ready to listen, so I will speak plainly. You are not hearing this by accident. If you feel even a small pull to remain, it is because something important is about to reach you. I am acting now because things are already in motion. If you stay with me, you will see what many have waited for and never recognized. I know how this finds you. You have been carrying more than anyone around you understands. You have kept your household steady, watched over the ones you love, held your worries behind a calm face, and asked me in the dark whether anything was ever going to change. I heard every one of those quiet questions. Not one of them was lost on the way to me. This night is my reply. Listen well, because a change is starting inside you before it shows on the outside. What I am making is taking shape even where you cannot see it. I am arranging things you could never manage on your own, so that you will know it was my hand and not your striving. Slow down now. Be still with me. When you are still, my presence settles your thoughts and quiets your worries. I know your doubts too. I know how you hesitate when something good draws near, as if it must be meant for someone else. That hesitation was learned through long disappointment, and I do not scold you for it. But I am asking you to lay it down tonight. What is coming needs you open, not braced for another letdown. Many hear a call like this and feel something stir, yet they step away, telling themselves they can return to it later. Do not make that mistake, my child. Timing matters more than you realize. Your blessing is not only about what you receive, it is about when you receive it and how. A door opened at the right moment leads somewhere. A door forced at the wrong moment never could. This is the right moment. That is why I am holding your attention so firmly. You have wondered why things took so long. You wondered why certain doors would not move, why answers seemed to stall just when you needed them most. From where you stood, it looked like silence. From where I stand, it was mercy in motion. I was guiding you away from what would have wounded you, and I was finishing what was not yet ready to hold you. Nothing about the length of that road was carelessness. I never move without a reason, and I do not hand you what you are not yet able to carry. Hear this clearly. The season of waiting is closing. The season of receiving has begun to unfold. What was stuck is starting to move. You are entering a stretch of time where things you asked for in secret begin to stand in plain view. I am not speaking of a vague comfort or a distant idea. I am speaking of a real unfolding, prepared with care, marked with your name, arriving in an order I have already set. You do not need to understand every detail for it to be true. My works do not wait for full explanations. Noah heard before he understood. Abraham walked before he saw where the road led. Understanding often follows obedience, and sight often follows trust. So tonight I am not asking you to figure anything out. I am asking you to remain, to listen, and to let your heart stand open while I speak. Something in you already knows this is true. You have felt it in small moments of clarity that came without explanation, in a sudden peace that arrived while everything around you argued against peace. You could not always name it, but you could not deny it either. Beneath the tiredness, beneath the questions, there is a small, steady knowing that has kept you searching for me through everything. That knowing is not your imagination. It is my spirit bearing witness with yours. It is the reason you did not give up in the years when giving up would have been easier. It is the reason you are here now. So stay present with me through every word that follows. Do not let your mind wander to tomorrow's tasks or yesterday's regrets. What I am about to show you concerns your provision, your peace, the ones you love, and the path opening in front of you. Every part of this message carries something you will need in the days ahead. Receive it slowly. Let it take up room in you. I am not always loud, my precious child. I am steady and I am near. I do not come to you tonight with thunder, but with a voice that knows your name and a promise that has not thinned with time. What I said I would do, I am doing. What I began in you, I will finish. You will not be left half-built, half-healed, or half-answered. That is not how I work, and it is not how I love. Before I show you more, I want your faith to have a voice. Not for my sake, for I know your heart already, but for yours. Faith grows when it is spoken. A door opens wider when you answer it. So answer me now, simply and without fear. If your heart is open to receive what I have prepared, let your amen rise to me now. You might wonder why I chose you for this hour. You have looked at your own life and counted the reasons it could not be you. You know your faults too well. You remember every stumble, every sharp word, every prayer that trailed off into sleep. My child, I do not choose the way people choose. People look at the surface. I look at the heart. And your heart, through everything, kept turning back toward me. Think of David. When I sent Samuel to find a king, the strong son stood tall in the front room while David was out in the fields with the sheep, unseen and unconsidered. His own family did not think to call him in, but I had already marked him. The ones who were overlooked by the household were never overlooked by me. That is how it has been with you. While others measured you by what they could see, I was watching what you carried and how you carried it. You have gone through a great deal, and you still look for me. That is no small thing. Faith that survives disappointment is a different kind of faith. It has roots. It has weight. Anyone can believe on a bright morning when everything works. You believed on the hard nights when nothing did. I saw the times you were passed over and stayed kind anyway. I saw the effort no one thanked you for. I saw you give from a nearly empty hand. None of it escaped me, and none of it will go unanswered. There were seasons when you felt invisible, when your work did not seem to count and your prayers seemed to stop at the ceiling. I want you to hear the truth about those seasons. I was present in every one of them. I was keeping you when you did not know you were being kept. Paul once sailed into a storm so fierce that the sky went dark for days, and every man aboard gave up hope. Yet I was in that storm with a purpose, and not one life was lost. The dark stretch of water you have crossed was the same. It felt like abandonment. It was actually company you could not see. Now something is shifting in you, and you can feel it even tonight. A stillness is settling where the restlessness used to churn. You did not create that stillness, my beloved. I am putting this rest inside you so you will know I am at work. When your heart is quiet, it is far easier to receive what I am giving. So do not rush through this. Do not force understanding. What I am doing does not require your labor. It requires your trust. Speak the words I believe and stand with me in this hour. That small act matters more than you know. When you answer me, you are not performing. You are opening. A field must be open before rain does it any good, and a heart must be open before a promise can land in it. Your answer just now made room. Let me tell you what I see when I look at you, because you have carried the wrong picture of yourself for too long. You think you are barely holding on. I see someone who kept a family's hope alive on scraps. You think your faith is thin. I see faith that walked through fire and came out still speaking to me. You call yourself ordinary. I have never once made an ordinary soul, and I did not begin with you. The change I am working starts deep in the places no one else visits. Before a single circumstance moves, I strengthen the ground it will stand on. That is why these days have felt strange to you, quieter than you expected, as if something were happening just out of sight. Something is. I am steadying your thoughts. I am clearing out old fear the way a farmer clears stones from a field before planting. I am teaching your heart to expect good again, which is harder work than you might think, because your heart learned for years to expect the opposite. Do not think this is small just because it is gentle. My deepest works rarely announce themselves. The seed splits open in the dark soil long before anything green shows above it. The oak that outlives generations spends its first years hidden, sending roots down where no eye admires them. A change that begins this way lasts because it grows from the inside out. What I build slowly, no storm takes quickly. and I am building slowly in you on purpose, because I intend for this to stand. You are also learning to hear me again, and this may be the greatest gift of this hour. Not a voice in the clouds, but a clear knowing that sits firmly in you when you are near me. You have felt it already. A thought that steadies you in a hard moment. A certainty about a decision that confusion had circled for months. That is not chance. That is my voice becoming familiar to you, the way a shepherd's voice becomes familiar to his sheep. From this night on, you will recognize it faster and doubt it less. So stay close, my precious child. Do not measure this hour by how dramatic it feels. Measure it by the peace that is settling in you even now. Peace that has no earthly explanation. You walked in carrying questions. You are already standing differently. That is how you know this is real. I do not merely inform you of things. I change you as I speak, and what I change, I keep. There is more I must show you, and it concerns the release of what you have been carrying and the provision I have set in place. What comes next will ask something of your trust. Remember what you have already declared tonight, and let that declaration hold steady beneath you as we go on together. I have never yet led you anywhere to harm you. I am not beginning tonight. Now I want to speak with you about trust, because trust is the ground everything else will stand on. You have trusted me with your words for years. Tonight I am inviting you to trust me with your weight. There is a difference, and you know it. Words cost little. Weight costs something. Weight is what you feel when you hand over the thing you have been gripping, not knowing how you would manage without it in your hand. You have lived carefully for a long time. You learned to hold tightly because there was never quite enough, and letting go felt like a danger you could not afford. I understand how that habit formed. But hear me, my child. A closed hand cannot receive. It can only keep what it already holds, and what it holds is not enough. That is not the life I am leading you into. I am leading you into open-handed living, where what you release makes room for what I supply. Throughout the generations, my people have marked their trust in me with an act. Abel brought the first of his flock. Abraham built altars at every turning point of his journey. The widow at the temple dropped in 2 small coins, and I declared her offering greater than all the gold of the wealthy, because she gave from her trust and not from her surplus. The act was never about what I needed. I own every hill and every harvest. The act was about what happened in the giver, the moment their trust moved from their lips to their hands. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart settle, because I have more to give you than I have asked of you. That has always been my way. No one has ever placed anything on my altar and walked away poorer in the end. The measure you use is the measure returned to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. I said that long ago, and I have never once broken it. Feel what is happening in you even now. There is a letting go taking place. I am lifting the load your thoughts have carried for too long. The strain you stopped noticing because it had become part of you. You did not know how heavy it was until it began to move. This is the release I have been preparing. It does not come with noise. It comes the way morning comes, gradually and then unmistakably. The heaviest things you have carried were never assigned to you. Somewhere along the road you picked up burdens I did not hand you. the burden of managing outcomes that belong to me, the burden of being strong for everyone with no place to set your own load down, the burden of old guilt for matters I settled and forgave long ago. Tonight I am taking these back. You may feel strangely light in the coming days, even unsure what to do with the room left behind. Fill it with peace. That space was always meant for peace. Rest will return to you as well, and I mean true rest. Your sleep will begin to change. The hours that once filled with circling thoughts will grow quiet. You will lie down without rehearsing tomorrow's troubles, because you will know the one who holds tomorrow is awake all night anyway. Two of you do not need to keep the watch. Let me keep it. I neither slumber nor sleep, and I watch over you and over the ones you carry in prayer. Now hear my instruction, because it matters. Keep what is forming in your life quiet for a while. Not out of fear, but out of wisdom. New things are delicate. They need trust, not the noise of people who do not understand. When something is still taking shape, speaking of it too early invites doubt and confusion into a place where they have no business. Joseph told his dreams to his brothers before the time was right, and it cost him years. Mary, when the promise was growing in her life, kept these things and pondered them in her heart. Be like Mary in this season. Hold it, ponder it. Let it become strong before you let it become known. This quietness between us is not loneliness, it is closeness. Some things I will do in your life are for the crowd to witness, and in time they will. But some things are for you and me alone, and those are the ones that bind your heart to mine. The friendship of the Lord is for those who fear him. I am offering you that friendship, not merely my works, but my ways. Not only what my hand does, but what my heart intends. So walk gently through the next days. Watch what begins to loosen. You may hear from someone you had stopped expecting to hear from. A matter that dragged on without answer may suddenly find its answer waiting. A need you had braced yourself to face alone may be met before you even name it aloud. Notice the first small movements in matters that stood frozen for years. When you see them, do not explain them away. Thank me quietly and keep walking. Every small movement is a messenger telling you the larger ones are coming. What I have set in motion tonight cannot be called back, and no hand but mine is steering it. Your part is not to push. Your part is to trust, to rest, and to stay near enough to hear my next instruction when it comes. That is the whole of your assignment, and it is enough. Let me speak now about time, because time is where your faith has been bruised the most. You asked, and the answer did not come when you thought it should. You knocked, and the door stayed shut past every date you had circled in hope. Little by little, a quiet suspicion crept in, one you never said aloud. Maybe I had heard you and simply decided not to answer. My child, that suspicion has robbed you of more peace than any enemy ever did, and tonight I am taking it from you. I move on a calendar you cannot see, and my calendar is not slow. It is exact. Noah built for years under a clear sky with no sign of rain and no shortage of mockers. The rain was never late. It fell on the very day the ark was finished and the family was inside. Moses stood before a sea with an army behind him, and the water did not part a moment before his foot reached the shore. To every watching eye, both men were in trouble. In truth, both men were exactly on schedule. So were you. The years that looked like delay had order in them. Some of what you asked for was not yet ready for you. Some of it you were not yet ready to keep, and I will not hand you a blessing, only to watch it crush you or slip away. And some doors, hear me, I shut myself. I shut them firmly, and I did not always explain. Behind more than one of those doors stood loss you never saw, entanglements that would have stolen years. people who would have drained the life from you. You grieved outside doors that were locked for your protection. One day you will see what was behind them, and you will thank me for every door that would not open. The pause has ended now. What was stuck is moving. And so I give you an instruction that may sound strange while nothing yet looks different. Make your home ready. Prepare as those who expect what they asked for. When I promised rain through my servant Elijah, the word to the people was to dig ditches while the ground was still dry. The digging did not bring the rain, but it declared, before every watching eye, whose word they were standing on. What does this look like for you? It looks like planning as one who expects provision instead of bracing as one who expects lack. It looks like speaking of the days ahead with hope in your mouth instead of dread. It looks like clearing out the habits of scarcity, the constant rehearsing of worst outcomes, the apologizing for hoping. Adjust your understanding, my beloved, for your former measures are too small for what I am bringing. You have been asking me to fill a cup. I am bringing what needs a storehouse. Widen your expectation in every quarter. You expected relief. I intend restoration. You hope to catch up. I intend to set you ahead. You prayed to survive the season. I am making you someone who carries others through their seasons. This is how I answer, not measured to the size of the request, but to the size of my heart toward you. Eye has not seen and ear has not heard all that I have prepared for those who love me. I know what long waiting does to a soul, and I am undoing it gently. You learned to hold hope loosely, so it would not hurt as much when it failed. That reflex will not vanish in a night, and I am patient with it. But practice believing me in small things this week. When a small good arrives, receive it fully instead of bracing for it to be taken back. Each time you do, the old reflex weakens and trust takes another step. Trust is rebuilt the same way it was broken, one experience at a time, and I intend to give you experiences. Watch also for my markers along this stretch of road. I rarely move without leaving signs for the one walking with me. A conversation that answers the exact question you prayed about that morning. A provision arriving the very week of the need. A stranger's word that lands so precisely you feel known. People call these things coincidence. You will know better. They are markers, set out the way lamps are set along a dark path. Each one saying, you are on the road, keep walking. Do not stumble over how ordinary the beginnings may look. Almost everything I do enters the world small. A shepherd boy with a sling. A jar with a little oil left in it. 5 loaves in a boy's basket. A whisper on a mountain after the wind and fire had passed. The size of the seed tells you nothing about the size of the harvest. If the beginnings in your life look modest this month, plant them anyway. Honor them. Small is how my greatest works arrive, so they can grow roots before they draw eyes. And while you wait for the fullness, remember that waiting with me is not empty time. These very days have a sweetness in them that the busy seasons will not have. We are walking closely right now, you and I, speaking often, listening carefully. Many who received their answer quickly never learned my nearness at all. You have. That nearness is going with you into the abundance ahead, and it will keep the abundance from ever becoming your master. The one who learns to be led is safe to be blessed. So lift your eyes tonight. The stretch of road ahead of you is not the road behind you. I have gone ahead and made the crooked places straight. I have moved matters into position while you slept and set right, quietly, things you had no power to reach. What I promised is standing at the entrance of your life, and it did not come this far to turn away. Prepare your house. Prepare your heart. Receive what your hands could never build. Something is changing in the way you see, my child, and I want you to understand it so you do not doubt it. The confusion that hung over your decisions is thinning. Matters that tangled your mind for months are beginning to sort themselves into a simple order. This is not an accident of a better week. I am the one providing this clarity. I am arranging your inner house the way a steward arranges a room. Everything set where it belongs. Everything findable when it is needed. Confusion was never my voice. Where I speak, things become simpler, not more tangled. So as this clearness grows, trust it. You will know which matters deserve your strength and which ones were only noise. You will feel sooner and more surely when something is right for you and when it merely glitters. This discernment is a gift for the road ahead, because the road ahead holds more choices than the road behind, and I am equipping you before I am enlarging you. Fear is losing its grip on you as well. Notice how some things that once tightened your chest have gone quiet. The dread that met you on waking. The knot before difficult conversations. They are not being managed. They are being starved. Because fear feeds on the belief that you face things alone, and that belief is dying in you. When David stood before the giant, every soldier around him measured the enemy's size. David measured mine. The same enemy looked enormous to the army and small to the shepherd, and the difference was not courage. It was where each one fixed his eyes. Your eyes are learning to fix on me, and everything hostile is shrinking accordingly. There will still be moments when old fear returns to test the locks. Expect it, and do not be alarmed by it. A fear that returns is not a sign that nothing has changed. It is a sign that something has, for it would not need to knock if it still lived inside. When it comes, you need no lengthy battle. Simply remember whose you are. Speak my name. Fear recognizes it, and fear does not stay long in a house where I am welcomed. Remember Peter, who stepped out of the boat onto the waves because I called him. He walked, truly walked, until he turned his attention from me to the wind. And when he sank, mark this well, my hand reached him at once, not after a lesson, not after a scolding delay, at once. That is what your moments of sinking will look like in this new season. Not proof that you should never have stepped out, but proof that the hand is always within reach of the walker. Your very sense of who you are is being rebuilt, and this is the deepest work of all. For years you carried a name for yourself stitched together from your hardest moments. Overlooked, barely managing, always the strong one, never the carried one. Tonight I am unstitching that name. You are not what the worst season said about you. You are what I say about you, mine, chosen, kept, called for a purpose that is not expired. When I renamed Abram and Sarai and Jacob and Simon, the new names told them who they were becoming, not who they had been. Hear your new name in your spirit and answer to it, for a soul rises or settles to the level of the name it believes. Joy is returning to you too, and it will surprise you. Not the thin cheerfulness you have performed for others' comfort, but something with depth in it. The kind that was sung in prison at midnight. The kind that does not ask permission from circumstances. It will catch you in ordinary moments, a lightness rising for no visible reason, a warmth while doing some plain task. Do not question it or hunt for its cause. It is your spirit recognizing what is approaching before your mind has been told. Laughter will come easier. Your face will soften in a way others notice before you do. The joy of the Lord is strength, and I am strengthening you by gladness now, because gladness carries further than grit. Out of this inner change, your outer steps will begin to shift on their own. You will speak with more certainty and less apology. You will decide in days what once took months, not from haste, but from quiet knowing. You will stop shrinking to fit rooms that were always too small for what I put in you. None of this will require force. A tree does not strain to stand taller. It simply grows, and its height follows its roots. Your roots are going deep into me, and everything visible will follow them upward. And here is the mercy hidden inside it all. I am changing you before I change everything around you, because blessings landing on an unhealed life have crushed many. I love you too well to decorate a wound. So I am making you whole first, steady first, sure of me first. Then what I add will rest on rock instead of sand. When the house stands through storms in the years ahead, you will understand why I built this way, from the inside outward, from the unseen to the seen. You cannot yet see all of what I see in you. That is all right. I do not ask you to see it. I ask you to trust the one who does. Every builder knows the finished house before the ground is cleared. Every potter sees the vessel while the clay is still shapeless on the wheel. The pressure you have felt in these years was never punishment. It was a maker's hands, patient and deliberate, refusing to abandon the work. I know the finished you, and I am not uncertain, and I have never once stopped building. Others gave up on parts of you. You gave up on parts of yourself. I never did, and I never will. If you trust my hand to finish what it has begun in you, declare your Amen now. Now I must speak of the ones you love, because half the weight you carry was never about yourself. You have prayed for them in the dark more often than you have prayed for your own needs. There are people so woven into your heart that their dangers frighten you more than your own, and you have felt at times that you could not protect them no matter how tightly you tried to hold everything together. Hear me on this, and let it settle deep. While you were watching over them, I was watching over you all. I give you peace about them tonight. The ones you carry in prayer are under my eye. I have spread my covering over your loved ones and made dangers you never saw lose their way before reaching them. There were harms headed toward your household that simply never arrived, and you will not know until the next life how many. Do not let fear for them eat your days. Your prayers for them are not scattering into the air. They are stored before me, and I am answering them in ways and times you cannot yet trace. Keep praying, and hand me the outcomes. I can be trusted with what you love. I loved them first. I am also setting your friendships and companions in order, because the new season needs a different circle than the old one. You have known the ache of pouring into people who valued what you did but never who you were. You gave understanding and received demands. You showed up and were not shown up for. I saw every one of those uneven exchanges, and I am ending that pattern. It ends not with bitterness, but with rearrangement. Some connections will quietly fade in this season. Let them. Do not chase what is walking away, and do not force what is finished. Not everyone can travel where you are going, and some were only ever meant for a stretch of the road. Release them with kindness and without blame. At the same time, I am preparing new people for you, and I have been preparing them for some time. Companions with whom you will not need to perform or shrink or explain your scars twice. Around them you will feel a strange ease, the ease of being understood without labor. When you meet them, you will recognize my hand in it, because they will arrive too precisely to be chance. The time has come for you not only to pour out, but to be poured into. What was giving without return will become shared strength. There is also a matter of honor I intend to settle. You were misjudged. Words were laid on your name that you did not deserve, and versions of past events were told in ways that were not true. You swallowed the injustice because answering it would have cost more than bearing it. I saw that too, and I have not forgotten. I am a God who sets records right. You will not need to argue your case or raise your voice. When I lift to life, the lifting itself answers every question. Joseph never argued with his brothers about the pit or chased down the lies of his accusers. I simply raised him, and the truth stood up with him. Those who questioned you will watch what I do in your life, and they will draw their own conclusions in silence. Vindication is sweeter from my hand than from yours. Leave it in mind. There is one more release I ask of you, and it is for your own sake. Forgive the ones who wounded you, including those who never admitted the wound and never will. Unforgiveness is a debt you keep collecting on your own account. The record sits open on your table, and you are the one made to read it every day. Close it now. Hand me the account, and let me be the judge of what is owed. This is not pretending the wrong did not matter. It is refusing to carry it another mile. The moment you release them, you will find it was your own hands that came free. As matters begin to move, you will need wisdom about your words. So hear this instruction again with fresh ears. When the first evidences appear, the urge to tell everyone will rise in you. Be slow. Not everyone can celebrate you rightly, and early blessing shared in the wrong room draws envy where you expected joy. Some hearts will rejoice with you. A few will quietly begin to measure and resent. You already sense who is who. Guard your peace and speak of the deepest things sparingly. Let the fruit of your life do the speaking in its own time. What I have built in secret can be seen in public without ever being explained. Know also that your choices in this next stretch carry more weight than before. This is not a reason for fear. It is the mark of a promoted life. When I enlarge a territory, every decision in it matters more, the way a captain's choices matter more than a passenger's. You will make these weightier choices well, because you will not make them alone. Bring them to me while they are still small. In the quiet, I will incline your heart toward the right path, and you will notice that the right doors feel strangely unforced. What is of me will not require you to trample your peace to seize it. That is one of the surest ways you will tell my opportunities from imitations. Mine come with peace in the package, and in your own house expect a softening. Places where tension had become the daily weather will begin to calm. Conversations that always found their way to conflict will find another way. What felt heavy in the walls will lift. I am setting harmony where there was strain, and you will feel the difference before you can explain it. You will become an anchor for others in that house, steady without absorbing every storm as your own. There is a way of caring that does not require drowning, and I am teaching it to you. You may hold a hand without climbing into the flood beside them. I am the rescuer. You were never asked to be. All of this, the protection, the new companions, the vindication, the harmony, flows from one source, and it is not chance, and it is not your careful planning finally paying off. It is not your improved management. It is my presence taking its place at the center of your life. When I am given the center, everything around it finds its orbit. Things stop colliding. You have lived long enough at the center, holding it all by will and worry. Step aside now and watch how much better it holds when the everlasting arms are doing the carrying. Now, my child, we come to the part of this hour that matters most, because a message received and never walked in is a lamp left unlit. Everything I have spoken tonight is meant to be lived. So let me show you how to step into it, plainly and simply, the way a father shows a beloved child the path through a field he has walked 1,000 times. Begin tomorrow with me. Before the demands of the day reach for you, give me the first quiet moments. They do not need to be long or eloquent. Speak to me as you would to the one who knows you best, because I am. In those first moments, I will set the tone your whole day will follow. A day that begins in my presence bends toward peace, no matter what it holds. This one habit will do more for you than 100 resolutions, because it keeps us close. And closeness is where everything you receive tonight stays alive. Then walk at my pace, not the frantic pace the world demands, and not the frozen pace of fear, but the steady rhythm of a soul that knows who leads. When I prompt you to act, act, even if your understanding lags behind your obedience. When I counsel stillness, be still, even if everything in you itches to push. You will feel the difference between the two if you stay near me. My promptings come with a quiet certainty. Pressure and panic are never my messengers. Anything that shouts hurry before it lets you pray did not come from me. Expect confirmations because I will send them. In the coming days, watch for moments that answer this night. A word from an unexpected mouth that repeats what I have told you. Provision meeting a need with timing too perfect to be luck. An old stuck matter shifting on its own. When these arrive, do two things. Thank me at once, for gratitude keeps the channel wide open. And let each one strengthen you for the next step, the way each stone in a stream bears you toward the far bank. I do not confirm to entertain you. I confirm to build you. Be patient with the unfolding. Some of what I have promised will meet you quickly, and some will come in stages, each stage arriving when you are ready to keep it. Do not measure my faithfulness by the first week. A harvest is not judged the morning after planting. If a day comes when nothing seems to move and the old doubts lean close and whisper that this night was only a feeling, return to these words. Stand on them again. Feelings visit and leave. My word, once given, stays and works, and it does not return to me empty. You will also find, perhaps sooner than you think, that you have become an answer to someone else. The comfort you receive tonight is not meant to end with you. Someone near you is walking the same dark stretch you have just come through, certain that no one sees them. You will recognize the look in their eyes because it lived in yours. When that moment comes, do not preach. Simply be kind and speak a little of what you know now to be true. What I poured into you tonight will pour out of you then, and you will discover one of my oldest secrets. The comforted become the comforters, and in giving the comfort away, they keep it. Carry yourself from this night on as one who has heard from me, not proud, for you did nothing to earn this hour, but unafraid, for you did not imagine it either. Let your manner be gentle and your hope be stubborn. When others speak of dread over the days to come, you need not argue. Simply hold your peace like a lamp in a doorway. People will notice that something rests on you that the news of the day cannot shake. Some will ask. Then you may tell them of the one who speaks in the night to ordinary souls who will listen. Hold on to gratitude as your daily bread in this season, not gratitude as a duty, but as a way of seeing. The thankful eye finds my fingerprints everywhere, and the soul that finds me everywhere is never poor. Even before the fullness arrives, thank me in advance, as those who have already seen the harvest standing in the field. Faith speaks that way. It counts what is promised as surely as what is held. Know also that what you are receiving reaches beyond your own days. The faithfulness you have shown and the trust you have renewed tonight plant something that will outlast you. Wells dug by one generation give water to the next. Long after this season is past, those who come behind you will drink from choices you made in the dark, when no one stood by to praise you for them. Live then, as one who builds further than the eye can see. Nothing placed in my hands is spent only once. And now, receive my blessing, for I do not end this hour without laying my hand upon it. I bless your going out and your coming in from this day forward. I bless the work of your hands, that it may prosper past its natural reach. I bless your table, that it may know plenty, and your door, that it may open to peace and close against harm. I bless your body with strength and your night with rest. I bless the ones you love, near and far, the ones you carry in prayer, and the ones you have entrusted to me through many seasons. I bless the road ahead of you, every mile of it that I have already walked and prepared. What I spoke tonight, I will perform. I am not a man that I should lie, nor a son of man that I should change my mind. Heaven and earth will pass away before one word I have given you falls to the ground. You came to this hour carrying questions. Leave it carrying promises. You came weary. Leave held. The long silence is over, my beloved. The answer is at the door. All that remains is for you to live like one who believes it, one ordinary faithful day at a time with your hand in mine. I am with you always. Not with you until the next hard season. Not with you while the path is clear, but always. When you rise in the morning, I am there before you. When you lie down at night, I keep the watch. When you walk through waters, they will not overwhelm you. And when you walk through fire, it will not consume you. For I have called you by name, and you are mine. Let every fear hear it plainly this night. You belong to me, and I do not lose what is mine, and I do not leave, and I do not fail. Go now into your rest, and let these words keep working while you sleep, for my word labors even when my children cannot. Tomorrow you will rise into the first day of the season we have spoken of, and I will be there to meet you in it, as I have met you here. Seal all you have received tonight with one final amen of faith.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, stop what you are doing, for you and I need to talk right now. Set everything else aside and listen closely, because I am not speaking to a crowd in this moment. I am speaking to you. I have watched what you have been enduring, and I never wanted your trials to press you this hard. But the enemy has pushed too far, and I will not stand back any longer. I am stepping in, and I have made a very serious decision about your life. Hear these words all the way to the end, because near the end I will place a key in your hands. It is the key to the rescue you have been begging me for. If you turn away too soon, you will walk past the door I'm about to open. So quiet your mind. Open your heavy heart. Stay with me until the last word has been spoken. This is not an ordinary moment, and these are not ordinary words. A decree has gone out from my throne concerning your future, and it cannot be recalled. I have weighed every hidden battle you fought when no one else was in the room. I have heard every question you whispered into the dark when you believed you were alone. You were never alone. I was closer than the breath in your chest. But before I tell you what I have decided, I must warn you about something, and I need you to receive it with a steady heart. There is a scheme moving quietly near your home. Someone you have trusted has been listening to a voice that is not mine. Plans have been whispered behind closed doors. Plans that touch your peace, your place, and what I have given into your keeping. I am not telling you this to frighten you. I am telling you because I see what is hidden, and nothing planned in darkness escapes my sight. Do not try to guess the name. Do not turn your mind into a courtroom. That is not your assignment. Your assignment is to draw close to me, because I am your defender, and I alone see the whole picture. The ones who plot in secret believe they are clever. They do not know that I have already read every page of their plan. and I have already written its ending. My decision did not come from anger. It did not come from impatience. It was born from my deep and unshakable love for you, and from the purpose I wrote into your life long ago. I stood beside you in the bitter seasons when you thought I was far away. I turned aside dangers you never saw coming. I held your mind together when the weight of life pressed down on you like a stone. Now, the time has come for me to act in a way that will leave no doubt, in you or in anyone who watches you, that I am with you and I am for you. What I have decided will shift the ground beneath your path. It will close doors that were never meant to hold you, doors that kept you circling through worry and lack. It will open doors you believed were sealed forever. It will separate you from what drains you and carry you into the places you were made for. I do not speak these words lightly. I speak them so your heart can be ready for the change. I know how tired you are. I know about the smile you wear so others will not worry, and the questions you carry when the house goes quiet at night. You have been running on almost nothing for a long time. Hear me, my child. You do not have to hold everything together anymore. Drop your shoulders. Breathe out slowly. I am taking the heavier end of the load, and I will not let it fall. You have walked through fire, and though you cannot see it in yourself, you came out of the flames stronger and wiser than you went in. You faced battles that would have flattened others. Yet here you are, still breathing, still listening, still reaching for me. That reaching, fragile as it sometimes felt, moved heaven more than you know. Faith the size of a seed is still faith, and I honor it. The season of silence is over. I was never absent in that silence, but I know how long it felt to you. Now I am speaking plainly, and I will keep speaking as you walk forward. I am taking what the enemy meant to break you, and turning it into the strongest proof of my goodness that the people around you have ever seen. Your losses will not write the final line of your story. I will write it, and my hand does not tremble. So this is where we begin. A warning, so you will watch. A decision, so you will hope. And a promise, so you will stand. In the words that follow, I will show you how to guard your home, how to release what poisons you, and how to walk into what I have prepared. I will also show you the one thing you must surrender before the door swings open. Listen with your whole heart, for every word from here forward is part of your deliverance. Do not measure what I am saying by what your eyes can see today. The room around you looks the same. The troubles look the same. But in the unseen realm, everything has already started to move. Orders have gone out. Help is being gathered. Paths are being cleared while you sit and listen. What I decree does not wait for circumstances to agree with it. Circumstances bend to my word, and my word has gone out concerning you. If you believe that I am speaking to you in this very hour, answer me now. Declare your amen, and let it stand as your agreement with heaven. Now let me speak more about your home, because your home is not just walls and a roof. It is the ground I planted you on. It is the place where I have met you in the early mornings and the late hours. It is where prayers have soaked into the floorboards, and where I have covered you while you slept. When the enemy aims at your home, he is not aiming at furniture. He is aiming at your rest, your inheritance, and the quiet place where you and I speak. The one who schemes against you does not act alone. Another has joined them, someone you would not expect, someone whose loyalty you never thought to question. I tell you this not to plant suspicion in every face you meet, but to move you toward me instead of toward panic. When I reveal a danger ahead of time, it is always so my child can pray instead of stumble. Warnings from my mouth are mercy wearing a stern voice. So here is what I ask of you. First pray, and not with borrowed words. Pray with your whole heart. Walk through your home, room by room if you are able, and speak my name over each one. Say aloud, "This home belongs to the Lord. This ground is holy. No plan formed against this house will stand." When you speak those words in faith, you are not performing a ritual. You are agreeing with what I have already established, and your agreement matters in the unseen world. Picture my protection the way my servant Elisha's helper finally saw it, when his eyes were opened and the hills were full of horses and chariots of fire. What surrounded that servant surrounds you. My hosts stand at your doors. My presence fills your rooms like light that has no shadow in it. Nothing unclean passes that guard without my permission, and I have not given it. Second, stay watchful, but do not become afraid. There is a difference between a soldier on the wall and a prisoner of dread. The soldier watches with steady breath because he trusts the one who set him there. The prisoner jumps at every sound because he believes he is alone. You are not alone, so watch like the soldier. Notice what your spirit notices. A change in someone's tone, an odd insistence, a kindness that feels rehearsed, a question that reaches for information it has no reason to need. These small signals are not accidents. They are my quiet nudges, teaching you to discern. Do not confront anyone in anger. Do not announce what you know. Do not gather allies for a battle I never assigned you. If action is needed in the natural world, I will show you plainly. Tend to the simple, wise things. Secure what should be secured. Be careful what you tell and to whom. Guard your words the way a wealthy man guards his storehouse, for loose words have opened more gates to the enemy than broken locks ever did. Third, keep your heart clean while I work. This may be the hardest thing I ask. Do not let bitterness take root against the ones moving in the shadows. Bitterness feels like armor, but it is a leak in your walls. When you release them into my hands, you are not excusing what they have done. You are refusing to carry poison on my behalf. Vengeance is mine. Justice is mine. I have never once lost a case I chose to judge. I want you to understand why this attack has come now, at this exact season. The enemy does not waste effort on people going nowhere. He watched the same thing I watched, the decree going out over your life, and he panicked. This scheme against your home is not proof that you are cursed. It is proof that you are positioned. He hopes to shake your foundation before your new season arrives, because he knows that if you stay planted in your place, in your peace, and in your faith, you will become a wall he cannot climb. So do not read this trouble as abandonment. Read it as confirmation. Storms gather around houses that are about to be filled. And remember what I did in the days of Job, when the accuser had to ask permission before he could touch anything, and even then a boundary was set that he could not cross. No hand moves against you without passing my throne first, and my throne does not sleep. Some nights you may feel a heaviness in a certain room, an unease you cannot explain. Do not brush it aside and do not fear it. Stand in that place and pray. Speak my promises out loud until the air itself feels different. Your voice, joined with my word, carries authority you have barely begun to use. What you bind on earth is bound in heaven. What you loose on earth is loosed in heaven. Bind the scheme. Loose my peace. Then sleep, because the watch does not depend on your eyes staying open. It depends on mine, and mine never close. I also ask you to be still at some point each day, even briefly. The enemy's plan needs noise to survive. My plan is revealed in quiet. In the stillness I will drop understanding into your spirit, sometimes as a thought that arrives with unusual peace, sometimes as a dream, sometimes as a knowing you cannot trace. Write down what I show you if you can. Not every impression is mine, but you will learn my voice the way a sheep learns its shepherd, by walking with me daily, not by straining in a crisis. My child, the ones who plot believe they are moving toward victory. They are actually walking toward exposure. Every hidden agreement will come into the light. Every lie will unravel from the inside. You will not need to lift a finger to make it happen. Your part is faith, prayer, and a guarded, forgiving heart. My part is everything else, and I have never failed at my part. If you trust me to stand watch over your home and your life, speak it now. Say aloud, I rest under your protection, Lord, and let those words settle over your house like a covering. Now let me open my heart about the decision itself, because you deserve to know what has been settled concerning you. I have decided to end the long season of barely holding on. I have decided that the weight you have carried has reached its limit, and that the next stretch of your road will look nothing like the last one. I am not patching the old life. I am building something new, from the foundation upward. This decision will deliver you, but deliverance is only the beginning. A prisoner set free at the gate still needs somewhere to go. So I am not only bringing you out, I am bringing you in, into rest for your worn-out heart, into strength for your battered spirit, into rooms I furnished for you before you ever knew their names. The same voice that said, "Let there be light," has said, "Let there be a new season for my child," and creation itself makes way when I speak. But hear me carefully. A decision of this size comes with an invitation, and the invitation is trust. Not the careful, half-guarded trust you have offered before, with one hand on my promise and one hand on your backup plan. I'm inviting you into open-handed trust, the kind Abraham showed when he walked toward a land he had never seen, the kind the widow of Zarephath showed when she baked the last of her flour for my prophet first, and her jar refused to run empty from that day on. That kind of trust always shows itself in what the hand releases. Fear grips. Faith releases. Fear counts what is left. Faith counts on me. You have lived a long time under the quiet teaching of lack, the voice that says there will never be enough. Hold on, protect yourself, because no one else will. That voice sounds sensible, but it is a chain. I am breaking it today, and I will ask you to help me break it, because chains of the heart are broken by acts of the will. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart settle again, and let me keep unfolding what this decision means. There are doors closing behind you, even now. Do not mourn them. Some of those doors led to rooms where your spirit grew smaller every time you entered. Some led to tables where you were tolerated but never valued. Some led to work that ate your years and gave you crumbs. I closed them because I love you, the way a father pulls a child back from a road, not to punish the child, but because he sees what is coming faster than small eyes can. And there are doors opening that you have not dared to imagine. I will not describe them all now because you would not believe me yet. And that is all right. Belief will grow as you walk. What I will tell you is this: the new doors match the person you have become in the fire, not the person you were before it. You could not have carried this next season earlier, now you can. That is not flattery. That is the judgment of the one who weighs hearts. I also want to speak to the resentment that has tried to wrap itself around you. You have been let down by people who should have stood by you. You have swallowed disappointments that no one ever apologized for. You have given help that was forgotten before the week ended. I saw every one of those moments, and I am not asking you to pretend they did not happen. I am asking you to hand me the record, because as long as you hold the record, you are the judge, and the judge can never leave the courtroom. Hand it to me and walk out into the sunlight. Court is my burden now. Stop replaying the old scenes. The conversation you wish had gone differently. The choice you would give anything to take back. The person who walked away. Every hour spent in yesterday is an hour stolen from the road I have set before you today. I am not leading you backward, so there is nothing for you in that direction but echoes. When the memories rise, and they will, do not fight them with clenched teeth. Simply turn and speak to me. Say, Lord, that belongs to you now. Then take one step forward, any step, and I will meet you in it. There is a spiritual law woven into this transition, and I want you to understand it plainly. New wine is not poured into old wineskins, or the skins burst and the wine is lost. Before I pour, I prepare the vessel. That is what this whole conversation is. I am preparing you. The releasing, the forgiving, the trusting, the watching, these are not chores I invented to delay your blessing. They are the stretching of the vessel, so that when the wine comes, nothing is wasted and nothing breaks. So do not despise the instructions that feel small. Naaman almost missed his healing because the command to wash in the Jordan seemed too plain for a man of his rank. The widow, gathering jars, was told to borrow more than seemed reasonable, and the oil flowed exactly as far as her obedience did. It is the same with you. The size of what I pour will follow the size of what you prepare. Prepare largely. Expect largely. I am not a God of thimbles. I am the God of the open heavens, and I have decided that it is your time to stand under them. Let me teach you now about the two voices that will compete for your attention in the days ahead, because recognizing them will save you from many wounds. The first voice is fear. Fear speaks quickly and loudly. It rushes you. It paints the worst ending to every story and calls the painting wisdom. It says, act now before it is too late. And then it says, it is already too late. Why act at all? Fear contradicts itself constantly, because its purpose is not to guide you. Its purpose is to exhaust you. My voice is different. I do not rush my children. Even my warnings come wrapped in steadiness. When I speak, there is weight without panic, urgency without chaos. My voice makes you want to pray. Fear makes you want to spiral. My voice brings a path. Fear brings a maze. Learn this difference and test every thought against it. Whatever drains your strength before you have taken a single step did not come from me. The enemy knows he cannot cancel what I have decreed, so he has shifted his aim. If he cannot stop the blessing, he will try to make sure you are too distracted to walk in it. Watch for this. Sudden, urgent troubles that demand your whole mind and dissolve into nothing. Old temptations returning in new clothing. Even good things, busy things, helpful things, arriving at exactly the wrong time, all of them tugging at your attention like children pulling at a sleeve. Distraction is his last weapon. Do not hand him your focus, for your focus is the doorway your faith walks through. Now I must go deeper into the matter of forgiveness, because it guards everything else. I told you to release the ones who plotted against you. I know what that costs. Betrayal from a stranger bruises. Betrayal from a friend cuts to the bone, because they used a key you gave them. David knew this pain when he wrote that it was not an enemy who reproached him, for that he could have endured, but his companion, the one he had walked with in good company. Joseph knew it when the brothers who shared his father's table sold him to strangers and sat down to eat. But watch what Joseph understood by the end. Standing before those same brothers with all the power in Egypt at his fingertips, he said, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to save many people alive." He did not deny the evil. He simply saw a larger hand at work above it. I am asking you to borrow Joseph's eyes before you have Joseph's vantage point. Trust now what you will see plainly later, that even this betrayal is being bent into the shape of your promotion. Forgiveness does not mean you open your door again to those who broke your trust. Wisdom and forgiveness walk together. You can release a person from your bitterness and still release them from your table. What I am removing from your life, do not chase. Some people were appointed to a season, and the season has ended. Let the tide take what the tide brought. Those who belong to your future will not need to be begged to treat you well. Be discerning as well with what you share in this season. Joseph told his dreams to brothers who could not bless them, and it cost him years. Not everyone who asks how you are doing is gathering material for prayer. Some are gathering material. Guard the tender things I have spoken to you. Carry them quietly, the way Mary carried what the shepherd said, pondering it in her heart. There will be a right time to speak, and I will make it obvious. Until then, let your progress be silent and your peace be loud. I want to talk also about your mind, because the battle over your home is small compared to the battle over your thoughts. The enemy would gladly trade every scheme against your house for one permanent foothold in your thinking. Anxious rehearsing. Harsh words toward yourself that you would never speak to another. The habit of expecting loss the moment something good arrives. These patterns were not born in a day, and I am not condemning you for them. But I am telling you they cannot rule you in the place I am taking you. So renew your mind the way a field is worked, one pass at a time, season after season. Feed it my word daily, even a few verses held slowly, the way you would hold bread when you are truly hungry. Speak my promises out loud because your own ears are listening, and faith comes by hearing. When a thought rises that calls you worthless or doomed or forgotten, do not debate it for an hour. Answer it once with what I have said and move on. You are mine. I have plans for you. That is the end of the argument. And practice stillness, my child. I say practice because stillness is a skill, not a mood. The world has trained you to reach for noise the moment silence begins. Untrain yourself gently. Sit with me without asking for anything. Let your breathing slow. You will find that many fears cannot survive 10 quiet minutes in my presence. They feed on hurry, and when the hurry stops, they starve. In the stillness, I will also sharpen your discernment, so that when you stand up again, you will know things you did not know when you sat down, without being able to say how you know them. That is fellowship. That is how I have always guided my closest friends. Do not be discouraged when you stumble in any of this. You will forget some days and pick the old worry back up. You will replay an old scene before you catch yourself. When it happens, do not waste an hour on shame. Shame is just fear wearing a religious mask. Simply return. The door between us is never locked from my side. A righteous man falls 7 times and rises again, and the rising is what I count. I am not measuring your perfection in this season. I am measuring your direction, and your direction, my child, is toward me. That is enough. That has always been enough. Understand this about the way I bless. When I finally move, I do not move halfway. I do not repair one wall and leave the rest of the house leaning. I am the God who makes all things new, and I am making all things new for you. Not improved, new. There is a difference between a fresh coat of paint and a new foundation, and you have had enough paint to last a lifetime. This time we build from the ground. That is why I have been pruning your life so firmly, and I know the pruning has hurt. Certain people stepped away and never explained. Certain comforts were taken before you were ready to give them. Certain plans dried up in your hands. You looked at all of it and wondered if you were losing everything. You were not losing. You were being pruned, and pruning is what a gardener does to the branch he expects the most fruit from. The wild branch is left alone. The chosen branch feels the blade. Every cut made room. Every removal was measured. Nothing was taken carelessly, and nothing was taken that will be missed in the place you are going. I have also been enlarging you on the inside where no one can see. There is a capacity being built in you for the weight of what is coming, because blessing has a weight, my child. Influence has a weight. Increase has a weight. Men and women have been crushed under answers to their own prayers, because the vessel was never enlarged to hold them. I love you too much to hand you a harvest that would break you. So I stretched you first. The stretching is nearly finished and the pouring is about to begin. And when it begins, expect speed. You have lived so long in the slow season that slowness feels like the rule of your life. It is not. It was a chapter and the chapter is closing. There is a kind of acceleration that belongs to me alone, when I compress into months what ordinarily takes years. The plowman overtakes the reaper. One day arrives that carries 10 years of change inside it. Doors that ignored a decade of knocking swing open at a touch. When it happens, do not be startled, and do not shrink back saying, "This is too fast. I am not ready." I decide readiness, and I have declared you ready. Now hear the part of my decision that reaches beyond your own lifetime. I am drawing a line through the old patterns that have followed your family like a long shadow. You know the ones I mean. The struggle that repeats in every generation. The lack that keeps reappearing no matter who is earning. The quarrels, the heaviness, the way hope always seemed to thin out just before the finish line. These patterns presented themselves to you as if they were your inheritance. They are not your inheritance. They are trespassers on your inheritance, and I am evicting them. I have chosen you as the one in your line where it stops. Not because you are the strongest who ever carried your family's name, but because you are the one who kept turning to me. And one person in covenant with me is enough to change the direction of a whole house. Because of what settles in this season, those who come after you will start from ground you never got to stand on. The ones you love and the ones you carry in prayer will taste fruit from trees you planted in your hardest seasons. This is how I work across generations. One faithful life becomes a gate, and through that gate a whole family walks into open country. Your assignment then is bigger than your relief. I want you to sit with that truth because it will steady you on hard days better than comfort can. I am not blessing you merely so your worries shrink. I am blessing you so that you become a supply line. There are people you have not met yet who are waiting on the other side of your obedience. There are rooms where hope has never been spoken in a believable voice, and I am preparing your voice for those rooms. Your story, the true one with the failures left in, will reach people that polished sermons never touch. That is why the enemy fought you so hard and so personally. He was never afraid of your comfort. He was afraid of your testimony. He watched what was written over your life and tried to make you quit one season short of it. Every heavy assault you survived these past years now makes sense in that light. You were not falling apart. You were under siege and the siege failed. You are still here, still listening, still mine. The city held, my child, and now the army outside the walls is discovering that the city it failed to break is about to open its gates outward, not in surrender, but in campaign. So let your posture change from this day. You have been living braced like someone waiting for the next blow. Stand up straight, unclench, lift your head, not in pride, but in recognition of whose child you are. The season of surviving is ending, and the season of building has begun. Begin to think like a builder. Builders plan. Builders plant. Builders speak about next year without flinching. When you catch yourself hoping again, planning again, dreaming with your eyes open, do not scold yourself for it. That is not foolishness. That is your spirit recognizing the new season before your circumstances have finished changing. And in all of it, stay near to me. Not near to the blessing, near to me. The gifts I give are good, but they make poor gods, and everything I place in your hands is safest when your heart remains in mine. Seek my face in the years of plenty, exactly as you sought it in the years of need. And nothing I give you will ever need to be taken back for your protection. This is the long walk I am inviting you into. Not a moment of rescue only, but a life of companionship all the way home. If this word has found the deep places of your heart, seal it now. Speak the words, "Amen, Lord, I receive it," and let heaven record your answer. Now let me speak of vindication, because I have not forgotten what was done to you, and I have not forgotten who did it. I saw the ones who smiled at your table while working against you in private. I saw who vanished in your hardest hour, the very people you had carried when they could not walk. I heard the words spoken about you in rooms you were never invited into. You wondered sometimes if any of it was ever going to be answered. It is going to be answered, but it will be answered my way, not yours, and my way is cleaner, deeper, and final. Your way would be to explain yourself, to correct the record, to make them see. Let that go. You cannot argue a shut heart open, and you were never assigned to. My way is a prepared table. I set it slowly, with care, in the full sight of everyone who wrote you off, and then I seat you at it. No speech is given, none is needed. Your restored life does all the speaking, and it speaks in a language even your critics understand. The oil runs down, the cup runs over, and those who said it could never happen for you will watch it happen, at close range, with their own eyes. Until that table is set, stay low and stay kind. Do not rehearse triumphant speeches for people who hurt you. Do not collect evidence for a trial I am already conducting. When you see them, greet them in peace and keep walking. This is not weakness. This is royalty in training. Saul hunted David through the wilderness for years, and twice David held his enemy's life in his hand and refused to take the shortcut. He would not seize by force what I had promised by anointing. That refusal was the making of him. It will be the making of you. And do not be surprised that not everyone celebrates your rising. Increase reveals hearts. Some who were comfortable with you struggling will grow strangely quiet as you heal. Some will question favor they never questioned on anyone else. Do not let their coldness plant doubt in you, and do not shrink to keep them comfortable. A lamp is not lit to be hidden under a basket. You do not owe an apology for what my hand is doing, and you do not need a single person's permission to receive what I have decided to give. Remember also what I told you at the start. What I have decreed cannot be overturned. Read that truth again slowly, not by the schemer near your home, not by the helper they recruited, not by any curse spoken in any dark room, by any tongue, in any generation. No weapon formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you will condemn, not by fighting, but by standing in the heritage I assigned you. When Balaam was hired to curse my people, the words turned to blessing in his mouth before they could leave it. That is what happens to words aimed at those I have covered. They arrive transformed, or they do not arrive at all. There will still be days in this transition when nothing looks changed. The same kitchen, the same bills on the same table, the same silence where you hoped news would be. On those days, the enemy will lean close and whisper, "Nothing happened. It was only words. Nothing is coming." Here is how you answer him. You answer him the way spring answers winter, by continuing. The frost does not argue with the seed. It simply cannot stop it. Underground, out of sight, roots are moving, and the surface always finds out last. Your breakthrough is presently underground. That is not the same as absent. Every prayer you have prayed is part of the root system now, and when the surface breaks, it will break suddenly. While you wait, I am at work in ways you would not believe if I described them. I am arranging encounters that will look like coincidence and will be nothing of the kind. I am adjusting the hearts of decision-makers you have never met, the way I turned the heart of a king toward Nehemiah before he had finished praying. I am recovering opportunities you grieved as lost, because in my economy, what is delayed is not destroyed. My messengers go ahead of you on assignment, clearing what blocks the road and holding what must be held until you arrive. You will walk into certain rooms in the coming season and feel that the room was expecting you. It was. Walk by faith through all of it and not by sight. Sight is a fine servant and a terrible master. Abraham looked at his own body in the long years and could have laughed the promise away, yet he grew strong in faith, being fully persuaded that I had power to do what I had promised. Be persuaded like that, not persuaded that the road will be painless. Persuaded that I am faithful. Those are different persuasions, and only the second one survives contact with real life. If I lead you by a route that makes no sense, follow anyway. I led Israel out of Egypt by the longer road on purpose, because the short road ran through a war they were not ready to face. What looks like delay is often protection wearing plain clothes. What looks like a detour is often the only safe passage. You do not have the map, my child, but you have the guide, and the guide is better than the map. Maps do not love you. I do. So let your heart keep an even rhythm through the days ahead. Not the high of forcing yourself to feel victorious, nor the low of collapsing every time the evidence hides. Just a steady walking faith. Morning by morning, my mercies new, your trust renewed with them. Speak to me often and plainly as a child speaks to a father in the same house, not as a beggar shouting across a distance. That is what you are, a child in the house. You have never been anything less, even on the nights you felt like a stranger at your own gate. The gate is mine, the house is mine, and your name is on the deed I hold. And now, my child, lean in close because I promised you a key, and the moment has come to place it in your hands. You have waited through this whole message for it, and that waiting was itself a small picture of your life with me. Here is the revelation. The very thing you believed disqualified you is the thing I have chosen to build upon. You know exactly what I mean. There is a chapter of your story you keep folded shut, a failure you still flinch to remember, a flaw you have battled so long you assume it is simply who you are. The accuser found it years ago, and he has stood on it ever since, repeating one dark sentence. Because of this, God cannot use you. He said it so often and so quietly that you stopped noticing it was a voice at all. It began to sound like a fact. It is not a fact. It is the oldest lie he owns, and today it dies. Look at the record of the ones I have used. Moses had a grave in the sand behind him and a stammer in his mouth, and I made him the deliverer of a nation. Peter denied me 3 times by a fire, cursing to be believed, and I built my church on that same unsteady rock. Rahab had a past that her whole city knew, and I wove her into the lineage of my own son. Paul held the coats of murderers, and I handed him half the letters of my new covenant. Do you see the pattern, my child? I do not recruit around the broken chapter. I recruit through it. The world demands a flawless record. I ask for an honest one, and my strength is made perfect in weakness, not alongside it. So here is what the key opens. Stop hiding that chapter from me, from yourself, and from your own calling. You will not need to shout it from the housetops, but you must stop building your life around its concealment. The energy you have spent covering that wound is the very energy your assignment requires. And the people I am sending you to are not waiting for someone impressive. They are waiting for someone who has been where they are and lived to speak of it in a calm voice. Your scar is your credential. It proves the wound was real, and it proves that healing is real, both at once, and no diploma on any wall can testify to those 2 things together. And with the key comes the surrender. Give me the timeline. This is the last thing you are gripping, the secret schedule in your heart, the deadline you have privately set for when all of this must come to pass. Open that hand too. Not because your blessing is far away, but because clock watching is the thief of the very peace I am handing you. When you stop fighting the calendar, something in the unseen realm unlocks. The manna fell daily, not yearly. Walk with me one day at a time, fully present, and I promise you will not miss your appointed hour. It is not possible to be walking with me and be passed over by what I have decreed for you. So rise now, my child. Rise from the posture of the waiting room and take up the posture of the sent. Your home stands guarded, and you know now how to keep watch beside me without fear. Your heart is lighter by the weight of every record you handed over today. Your family line has a new gate, and you are it. Your enemies have a table to attend, and I have the seating chart. And your broken chapter is on my desk, being turned even now into the opening page of the work I always had for you. Do not leave this word to fade like a dream by morning. Return to it. Let it settle into your bones the way rain settles into deep ground, slowly, past the surface, down where the roots drink. Speak pieces of it aloud in your house. Let your own voice carry my promises down your hallways until the walls themselves seem to hold the sound. A word received once is a visit. A word rehearsed daily is a dwelling. Make this one a dwelling, and carry it beyond your own walls. Somewhere near you is a soul in the exact darkness you are stepping out of. Someone rationing their hope the way the poor ration bread, certain that heaven has lost their address. Find them. You will know them when you see them, because you will recognize the look you used to wear. Tell them what I have told you, or simply pass this word along to them, and let it do for them what it has done for you. Rescued people, rescue people. That is the oldest chain of my kingdom, and today you become a link in it. Now receive my blessing, spoken over you as a father speaks over a child before a journey. I bless your going out and your coming in, from this day and forward. I bless the work of your hands, that it may prosper and not be plundered. I bless your table, that it may know fullness, and your door, that it may know peace. I bless your sleep, that it may be sweet and unbroken, free from the dread that once sat at its edge. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly and your ears, that my voice may never again sound far away. I bless the ones you love, near and far, the ones you name in prayer and the ones you carry in silence too deep for naming. I bless your comings and goings through every threshold of the home I am guarding. Where there has been mourning in your walls, I decree gladness. Where there has been scarcity, I decree enough and then beyond enough, that you may give freely and lack nothing. And over every scheme still whispering in the shadows, I decree exposure and collapse, for no counsel formed against my covenant can stand. The watchers I have posted at your gates will remain at their stations long after this hour has passed, and their swords do not rust, and their eyes do not dim. Walk out of this hour differently than you walked in. Unhurried, because your times are in my hand. Unafraid, because your watchman does not sleep. Unashamed, because your record is settled in my mercy. When the old whispers return and they will attempt one last visit, you will find they have lost their grip, because a spoken decree of mine now stands where the lie used to live. I am with you always, my child, not with you as a distant watcher, but with you as breath is with the body, as light is with the morning. Nothing that meets you tomorrow will meet you before it has met me. This is my word, and heaven and earth will pass away before it fails you. Go now in peace, and go in power. The door is open, the path is lit, the decision is made, and it is good. Now, before my voice gives way to silence, answer your Father one last time. Let your amen rise like incense, and let it be the first word of your new life.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, I deeply love you because of what you did when you had nothing left. Hear this now, because what I am about to reveal is something you cannot afford to miss. I saw you when your strength was gone. I saw you when your hope hung by a thread. And instead of turning cold, you chose to stay kind. Instead of hardening your heart, you chose to keep believing. That is why my love for you burns the way it does. This is not a small thing. Heaven does not overlook a heart like yours. When everything around you gave you permission to quit, you did not quit. When bitterness knocked, you did not open the door. Something powerful began to move the moment you made that choice, and it is still moving now. Listen closely, because many misunderstand how love works. People think love is proven when everything goes well. I tell you the truth, the deepest love is revealed when everything feels lost. When the doors closed, when people walked away, when your prayers seemed to fall on silence, you still refused to become someone you are not. You still reached for me, even with a tired hand. That quiet reach moved me more than 1,000 loud songs of praise. Others in your place would have turned against everything they once believed. They would have let anger speak for them. They would have let darkness take root and call it wisdom. But you did something rare. You held on. It was weak at times. It was quiet. No one else noticed. I noticed. Understand what your endurance has done. It was not invisible, even when it felt invisible. Every time you chose silence instead of rage, every time you whispered hope instead of surrender, something was being written in my presence. I was there in that silence. I was there in that struggle. I was there when you were certain no one was watching. My love for you is not built on what you own or what you have achieved. It is built on who you proved to be when you had nothing at all. Do not underestimate what is happening now. The same season that tested you has become the ground I am building upon. Your faithfulness in the dark created a shift, and that shift is opening doors you cannot yet see. This is not luck. This is not coincidence. This is my answer to a heart that stayed true when staying true cost something. My love is not distant, and it is not passive. It moves, it acts, it arranges. When I say I love you, I mean that my hand is at work in matters you have stopped even praying about. You showed patience inside pain. You showed grace inside struggle. You showed belief inside uncertainty. Now watch what I do with that. Do not let your present situation confuse you. What you see right now is not the full picture. You may still feel lack pressing on you. You may still feel that things move too slowly. But I tell you plainly, the work has already begun. What was planted in your lowest hour is growing in soil you cannot inspect. Roots grow in the dark. They do not report their progress. Neither do mine. There is a reason you feel different lately. A reason something in you seems to be turning, like a season changing before the weather admits it. That is not your imagination. That is the result of what you walked through and how you chose to answer it. You were being shaped, not broken. You were being made ready, not set aside. What was formed in silence is about to speak in your life. I know there were nights when you felt utterly alone, nights when you questioned everything you believed and questioned yourself for believing it. Even then, you did not fully let go. Your grip slipped, but it never opened. Even when your voice failed, something in you kept reaching upward. So hear me. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are not alone. My love for you was never a reward for perfection. It rests on your heart. And your heart, even wounded, chose to remain open. That is rare. That is power the world does not recognize. That is why what is coming to you will not be small and will not be ordinary. Stay grounded in this truth, because doubt will try to return. Thoughts will come, insisting that nothing has changed, that this word is for someone else, that your situation is the exception to my faithfulness. Do not give those thoughts a seat at your table. What is happening is deeper than what your eyes can measure. You are stepping into a season where what you carried silently begins to take visible form. The strength you built in private will start to shape what happens in the open. And when it begins, you will understand why everything unfolded the way it did. I want you to know what your lowest moment actually purchased. It purchased proof. Not proof to me. I already knew what was in you. Proof to you. You now know that you can stand in a storm without becoming the storm. You now know that your faith is not a fair weather friend. That knowledge cannot be taken from you, and it is worth more than anything you lost in that season. So do not look back at that valley with shame. Do not replay it searching for your failures. I am not replaying it. When I look at that valley, I see the place where you and I became closer than we had ever been. I see the place where your love for me stopped being a habit and became a decision. My child, we have walked a long road together, and I have not regretted a single step of it. Now lean in, because everything I say from this moment forward is built on that foundation. What you did when you had nothing is the reason for what I am about to do when you least expect it. The door is already unlocked. Your faithfulness turned the key. If this word has found the deepest part of you, answer it now with your amen. Now let me show you what that shift is already doing. It did not begin outside of you. It began within you the moment you answered fear with faith. That single decision, made in a quiet and painful place, set events in motion that cannot be reversed. You may not see the full result yet, but it is already moving. A stone dropped into deep water does not ask permission to make rings. There is a reason your heart no longer fits the places it once tolerated. There is a reason certain conversations feel empty now, and certain rooms feel heavy. You are not the same person who walked into that season of struggle. Something in you has matured. Something in you has awakened. And your spirit is quietly refusing what no longer matches who you are becoming. This is not loss. This is separation from what cannot follow you into what I am preparing. Understand this clearly, because this is where many begin to doubt. Growth does not always feel like progress at first. Sometimes it feels like isolation. Sometimes it feels like distance, like things falling away without explanation. But what is actually happening is a clearing. I am making room. If everything stayed as it was, there would be no space for what is meant for you. I saw the moments you wanted to give up. I saw you spend your last strength just to take the next step, with no one there to cheer you on. Those moments were not wasted. Nothing you did in sincerity has been lost. Each one is known to me, and each one is part of the reason doors are about to open. Here's something else with complete clarity. My love is not only something you feel, it is something that moves on your behalf. There were situations you never walked into because I turned you aside. There were outcomes that would have wounded you deeply, and they were quietly stopped before they reached you. You will never count the times you were shielded. That protection is part of the love that surrounds you even now. Say, "I believe," out loud if this word is reaching your spirit. You have wondered why things took so long, why answers did not come when you called, why the breakthrough did not arrive when you needed it most. But my timing is not careless, and delay is not denial. What was being built inside you could not be rushed. Strength takes time. Clarity takes time. Endurance is not poured, it is grown. And now, because you endured, you can carry what is ahead without being crushed by it. If you had received it earlier, it might have swallowed you. The weight would have bent you. But you are different now. Your hands are steadier. Your heart is wiser. What once would have overwhelmed you will now sit rightly upon you, because you were made ready before you were made rich. There is a quiet confidence growing in you, even if you have not named it yet. It shows in the way you respond to trouble. You no longer erupt the way you used to. You pause, you weigh, you choose. That is not an accident of age. That is the fruit of everything you walked through with me. Pay attention to what happens next, because it may not look dramatic at first. It may come as small changes. A door opened a hand's width, a conversation that seems ordinary on the surface. Do not despise these beginnings. What starts small will grow. What seems simple will spread. What arrives quietly will become mighty. I have always loved to hide great things inside small packages, so that only the faithful find them. Remain steady, because consistency is what carries you now. You have already passed the test of endurance. You are entering the season where your outer life begins to agree with your inner change. Do not rush it. Do not measure your road by anyone else's. What is unfolding is fitted to you alone, cut to your shape, timed to your steps. Others may not understand it. They did not walk your valley. They did not carry your weight. Guard your peace as a treasure, because it is won. Do not let noise, quarrels, or borrowed worries pull you from what is forming. You have come too far to hand your attention back to things that starve you. Protect your focus. Protect the quiet work happening in you. A field that is almost ready for harvest is exactly the field the birds gather over. What you did when you had nothing built a foundation that cannot be shaken. That is why what rises on it will not collapse at the first wind. It is rooted in something tested. It is anchored in something proven. I do not build palaces on sand, and I am not building your future on anything shallow. I am not only bringing change into your life, I am bringing order. Things will begin to make sense in ways they did not before. The right people will arrive without you chasing them. The right doors will open without you forcing them. You will look back and see how each turn led to this road, and you will stop calling those years wasted. Stay thankful, even for small things. Gratitude keeps the heart open, and an open heart receives more than a clenched one ever could. Do not overlook what is already in your hands while you wait for what is coming to them. The bread you bless multiplies. The bread you resent goes stale. You're not moving backward. You're not stuck. You're in transition, and transition is where transformation becomes visible. Keep walking, even when the steps feel small. Keep trusting, even when the path shows itself one stone at a time. I never light the whole road at once. I light enough. I always light enough. And now, before I show you the next thing, I ask you to steady your heart. What I am about to tell you is not soft. It is a warning, and it comes because I love you too much to let you walk blind into what has been quietly arranged around you. Blessing is coming, yes. But between you and that blessing, something has been set in your path. Listen carefully. I am warning you now because I see what you cannot see yet, and I know the decision forming in your heart. Stay with me to the end of this word, and I will show you why this situation is unfolding around you, and how to avoid the mistake that would cost you peace, blessing, and direction. This is a setup. Everything around you right now has been arranged to test your reaction, not your strength. You think the problem is the situation itself. It is not. The real danger is how you respond to it. There is something at work behind what you can see, carefully positioned to provoke you into acting too fast, speaking too soon, or trusting the wrong voice. So I tell you plainly, do not rush. Do not panic. Do not assume that what your eyes report is the whole truth. You are standing in a moment where your next move matters more than you realize. The enemy of your soul is hoping you will move from emotion instead of wisdom. That is why you feel pressure, confusion, and urgency all at once. It is designed that way, so that you will decide before you have truly thought. But I did not carry you this far to watch you stumble into something avoidable. That is why I am speaking now, with clarity and with urgency. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear the heart of this warning. Not every opportunity is from me, and not every door that opens is mine to open. Some doors are set before you only to reveal whether you have learned to wait for my voice, or whether you still chase whatever glitters. That is the nature of this setup. It is not sent to destroy you. It is permitted to reveal you. If you choose wrongly, you will feel the weight of it. If you choose rightly, you will see my protection in ways you did not expect. Right now, something, or someone, is drawing you toward a decision that feels urgent. But urgency is not the same as truth. I am asking you to slow down because what is being offered to you is not as simple as it appears. There are layers beneath it. There are intentions you cannot see and outcomes you cannot yet trace. Move too quickly, and you will bind yourself to something that drains you instead of lifting you. You have already felt this deep inside. That small voice telling you something is not right, even while everything looks fine on the surface. That feeling is not fear. It is discernment, and I placed it in you for exactly this moment. Do not silence it because others are pushing you. Do not smother it because the waiting is uncomfortable. Your peace matters more than pleasing people. Your alignment with me matters more than fitting into their expectations. This is where many fall. They hear the warning and override it. They feel the check in their spirit and talk themselves past it. They step into what they later spend years untangling. I am stopping you before that happens. I do not send warnings without purpose. When I speak like this, it is because something significant hangs in the balance. Something that could bend your path for years if you are careless with it. You may be dealing with a person who is not being fully honest with you, or a situation that has not yet shown its true face. You feel pulled to speak, to react, to settle it with one bold move. I tell you, this is not the hour for boldness. This is the hour for watching. Observe. Listen. Wait for clarity. When you wait, what is hidden begins to uncover itself without you forcing anything into the light. And understand what this setup is really for. It is not only about dodging a mistake, it is about sharpening your sight. I am teaching you to recognize patterns, to feel the difference between truth and its imitation. To trust me when the picture makes no sense yet. This moment is shaping you, not breaking you. School is not punishment, even when the lesson is hard. You are not alone in this, even when you are the only one who senses that something is off. I am with you in every hesitation. I see the pressure you carry, and I know how hard it is to stand still while everything around you insists on speed. But hear me. Stillness is your protection right now. There are forces that do not want you to reach what I have prepared, and they work through confusion, distraction, and stirred-up feelings. That is why this feels so intense. But I am greater than anything set against you, and my covering is already over you. Stay under it. Do not step out from beneath it through a rushed decision. What you are facing will pass. The lesson inside it will stay with you for the rest of your days. Handle this rightly, and you will come out of it stronger, wiser, and more awake than you have ever been. One day you will look back at this exact season and understand that what felt like a trap closing was actually a turning point. The place where I pulled you back from something far worse than a delay. So do not fear this moment. Do not run from it, and do not try to seize control of it. Stay grounded. Stay calm. Stay close to me. I will guide you through it step by step, and I will not let you fall into what was never meant for you. I have been watching this situation take shape long before you noticed it, and I have been preparing you for it, even when you did not know you were being prepared. Every lesson you learned the hard way, every season you had to wait longer than you wanted, every skill you gathered in obscurity, all of it was building the strength you need for this exact crossing. Nothing about this is random. Nothing about your standing here is an accident. The setup is not only around you, it is also within you. There is a part of you that has grown, more aware, more sensitive, more tuned to truth than you have ever been. And there is another part that still reacts quickly, that still jumps when emotion pulls the string. That part is being tested right now. I am allowing this moment to reveal which voice you will follow. Will you fall back into the old pattern of reacting, or will you stand in the new awareness I have been building in you? Notice that something about this situation feels familiar, as if you have stood here before wearing different clothes. That is not your imagination. You have faced this test in other forms. But the difference is that you are not the same person who failed it before. You have learned. You have grown. You carry insight now that you did not carry then. This is your chance to answer differently and break the cycle for good. Choose wisely here, and you will not be brought back to this classroom again. There is a voice pressing you, saying you must act now or lose everything. Mark this. That voice is not mine. I do not drive my children with panic. I do not herd you with pressure. When I guide you, there is clarity even when the road is not fully visible. There is peace even when the situation is unresolved. What you are feeling right now is not clarity. It is pressure. And pressure is often the sign that a thing is not aligned with my will for you. So examine what is being offered to you or demanded of you. Does it bring peace or does it breed confusion? Does it feel steady or does it feel forced? These are the signs I have taught you to weigh. I gave you the ability to sense right from wrong, not through reasoning alone, but through the deep knowing I planted in your spirit. That knowing is speaking now, even as you try to talk over it. You may feel a strong pull of the heart toward one choice, as if you are being tugged by a rope you cannot see. But not every strong feeling is truth. Feelings can be stirred on purpose to lead your eyes away from what is real. Step back. Separate what you feel from what you know. Feelings shift like weather. Truth stands like a mountain. Quiet your mind and you will find the mountain still there. Understand also that this decision reaches further than you. It will touch your path, your closest bonds, and doors that have not yet appeared. That is part of why the pressure is so fierce. Much is fastened to this one choice. Do not let that weight crush you. Let it slow you. A heavy load is exactly the reason to walk carefully. I am not asking you to be perfect. I am asking you to be awake. When you are awake, you notice the small signs, the details that do not sit right, the quiet nudges I send. When you are asleep inside, you move on habit, and habit is where mistakes live. Right now, wakefulness is your armor. There are people around you offering opinions. Some mean well. Some do not know what they carry. They advise you, urge you, lean on you toward a certain decision. But remember, they do not see what you see, and they have not walked through what you have walked through. Their sight is partial. Take counsel, but do not hand them the rudder. The voice I placed inside you must not be drowned by the voices around you. You are not weak for hesitating. You are wise for pausing. The world shouts at you to move fast. Decide now, act before the moment closes. I am telling you the opposite. Wait, watch. Let things unfold at their true pace. Waiting gives truth the time it needs to surface. Rushing cuts that work short and hands you something half-revealed. And hidden inside this trial is a blessing you have not yet seen. If you refuse the impulsive step, you make room for something better to arrive, something that fits your calling, something that brings peace instead of turmoil, something that feeds you instead of feeding on you. That is why I ask you to trust me here, even when trusting feels like standing still in a burning field. The fire you see is not touching what I have sealed. You may feel alone in this decision, as if no one alive understands what you are weighing. But you are not alone. I am with you in it. Every step you take, I see. Every thought that circles you at night, I know. And every time you choose to trust me, I add strength to you in places you will only discover later, when you find yourself standing where you once would have fallen. Do not let fear cast your vote. Fear always votes for the wrong door. Let trust guide your hand instead. Trust that I am steering you away from what was never yours and toward what has always been yours. You do not see the whole board. I do. And I am moving on your behalf even in this hour of uncertainty. Soon this will clear. What is hidden will step into the light, and what confuses you now will explain itself. Until then, your task is simple. Stay calm, stay watchful, stay near to me. Let the noise pass by like weather, and hold to the quiet truth within you. You are stronger than you think, and far more ready than you feel. What I show you now goes deeper than what you have seen so far, because this setup is not only a matter of circumstances, it is spiritual. There are movements beyond your physical sight, shaping the atmosphere around you in ways you cannot fully explain. That sudden heaviness, that pressure in your thoughts, that sense that something is slightly off, though you cannot name it. Do not dismiss these. Your spirit is registering what your eyes have not yet found. Honor that awareness instead of arguing with it. Look at how this situation has been unfolding, and you will see a pattern. Things are being hurried. Conversations feel incomplete. Certain details refuse to add up, no matter how you arrange them. This is how snares are dressed. Not in obvious danger, but in subtle confusion. When something seems almost right but never fully clear, that is precisely when you must pause the longest. My clarity does not leave you questioning your peace for days on end. My clarity settles. There is someone connected to this matter who is not showing you their whole intention. This does not always mean they are wicked. It means they are not aligned with the truth you need right now. They may be moved by their own fears, their own wants, their own unspoken plans. And without fully meaning to, they could draw you into an arrangement that serves them far more than it serves you. So step back. Observe before you trust. Let their actions speak longer than their words. You feel the urge to explain yourself, to defend your position, to prove something to someone who has misread you. Hold that urge. This is not the moment for it. Not every situation deserves your response, and not every misunderstanding needs correcting today. Sometimes silence guards you better than any speech could. When you stay quiet, truth gets room to surface without your fingerprints on it. There is a lesson about boundaries woven into this. You have been learning to guard your strength, to say no without guilt, to recognize when something costs more than it gives. This moment asks you to live that lesson, not merely believe it. Boundaries are easy in theory. They become real only under pressure. And this pressure is exactly where your growth stops being an idea and becomes a fact. I am not asking you to reject everyone or wall off your heart. I am asking you to be discerning. There is a difference between closing your heart and protecting your peace. Keep the heart open. Keep the mind clear. When both stand together, you can walk through a moment like this without losing yourself in it. And hear this about timing, because it matters more than you know. The reason this feels urgent is that it is trying to force you out of step with the right hour. What is truly meant for you never needs to be crammed through a narrow window of panic. It arrives with peace, even when it asks for patience. Whatever is being rushed at you right now does not respect my timing, and that is exactly why it feels unstable in your hands. You wonder what happens if you wait, if you simply do not act. Let me tell you plainly, you will not lose what is truly yours. What I have appointed for you cannot be stolen by your patience. In fact, waiting is often the test that proves ownership. If a thing vanishes the moment you pause, it was never yours. It was bait. Something is also changing in you through all of this. Matters that once felt normal now feel wrong. Situations you once accepted without a thought now make you stop. This is not weakness, and it is not you becoming difficult. It is growth. You are drawing closer to me, and as you do, your tolerance for what is false keeps shrinking. Rejoice in that. It means you are walking the right direction. But growth brings examinations, and this is one of them. It has not come to wound you. It has come to confirm that you are ready for what is next. When you pass through this, you will notice the change in yourself. You will trust your discernment more. You will feel less need to prove anything to anyone. You will move with a quiet steadiness that asks for no audience. There is protection in delay. What looks like a closed road is often me clearing debris you cannot see from where you stand. Run ahead, and you step into ground that has not been made safe. Wait, and I go before you, preparing the way stone by stone. Patience is not weakness. Patience is trust wearing work clothes. You are not behind in your life. You are not missing your chance. You are not losing ground by being careful. The world measures everyone with one clock, but I do not. Your path is your own, and I am the one pacing it. Stay in step with me, and everything you need will meet you at its appointed hour. Soon, something will confirm what you have been sensing. It may come through a conversation, a sudden understanding, or an event you did not arrange. When it comes, you will know why I told you to wait. You will see the fuller picture, and you will be grateful you did not spend yourself too soon. Until then, keep your footing. Do not let your thoughts spiral into dread or endless calculation. Stay present. Return to stillness when the noise rises, for in stillness, you will find the clarity you keep searching for in commotion. I have already blocked certain things you never saw coming. I have already redirected paths and rewritten outcomes for your good. This moment is simply that same protection, active again. Your part is to cooperate with it. Whisper, I trust you if you are willing to wait for my hand instead of forcing your own. Now let me name the deeper thing this season is exposing, because the mistake I am warning you about is not a single action. It is a pattern. The pattern of reacting before reflecting, of trusting too quickly, of moving without full clarity because the discomfort of waiting felt unbearable. This setup has dragged that pattern into the open, not to shame you, but so you can break it completely. And once you break it, you will not return to it. That is why this moment feels so heavy. It carries the weight of transformation. You will feel a strong pull toward what is familiar, even when the familiar is not good for you. Familiar things feel safe, simply because you know their shape in the dark. This is one of the hidden hooks of the setup. It invites you back into old habits, old responses, old ways of thinking that you have already outgrown. But you are no longer the person who followed those paths without question. You have grown, and now you must act from that growth, not from memory. Watch, because truth is already leaking through the cracks. Small inconsistencies, small doubts that will not be reasoned away, small realizations arriving at odd hours. These are not random, they are signals. When you notice them, do not explain them away to keep the peace. They are pieces of the clarity that is assembling itself in front of you. Frustration may be building in you, especially where answers are slow. I understand it. But that frustration is part of the very pressure that leads to the mistake. When answers delay, it is usually because more must be uncovered before you can choose rightly. Act before the uncovering, and you choose with half the map. Hear this as well. You have nothing to prove in this season. Not your worth. Not your loyalty, not your strength. The hunger to prove yourself is a leash, and whoever holds it steers you. Let it go. Your value does not rise or fall by how fast you answer, or how well you defend yourself before people who have already decided what they think. You may feel watched, measured, weighed by others. That feeling breeds haste, the urge to act quickly so you can manage how you appear. But this has never been about how they see you. It is about how you stand with me. Fix your eyes there, and the opinions around you lose their grip on your decisions. I am inviting you into a deeper trust. Not only trust in me, but trust in the wisdom I have placed inside you. That wisdom did not fall silent when this trouble arrived. It is still present, still speaking, still steering. You only need to slow down enough to hear it beneath the noise. There is protection in stepping back. Remove yourself from the heat of the thing, even briefly, and your mind settles. Your view widens. Details hidden by closeness come into focus. Do not call that avoidance. It is perspective, and perspective is a form of strength. The one who steps back to see the whole field is not fleeing the battle. Notice what happens when you make that space. Your thoughts begin to order themselves. What felt tangled starts to loosen. What screamed urgency begins to lose its voice. That is the sound of you returning to alignment. Peace comes back first, and understanding follows close behind it. The people involved will reveal more as time passes. Their words, their choices, their manner will speak. You do not need to squeeze anything out of them. Truth shows itself to the patient. Your role is to watch, not to control. The watcher stays free. The controller gets entangled in the very thing they are trying to master. You are not powerless here. Your power sits exactly where it has always been, in choosing your response. You cannot govern what others do. You can govern what you do next. And right now, your response is the hinge on which this whole setup turns. Stay calm, stay aware, stay aligned, and this thing will pass by you without taking anything that matters. Something is also being removed from your life through this process. You may not have identified it yet, but a thing that does not belong in your next chapter is being loosened and drawn away. Removal rarely looks like protection while it is happening. Later, you will see the space it left and understand that the space was the point. Let go of what is leaving. What is meant to stay does not need your grip to stay. You are also learning the true weight of silence. Silence is not weakness. It is strength under command. Every time you decline to react at once, you give truth room to stand up, and you keep your strength out of quarrels that would only spend it. This discipline will serve you long after this situation is forgotten. And in the middle of all this, a calm is growing in you. It may feel unfamiliar, especially if you have lived braced for the next blow. But this calm is not numbness, and it is not surrender. It is the settled quiet of a heart that has decided to trust me even without all the answers. Guard it, feed it. Let it guide you more than your fears ever did. Those who love you will feel this change in you before they can explain it. The ones you carry in prayer will be touched by what I am doing in you, because a steadied soul steadies the house around it. Your peace will not stay contained within you. It will spill onto those you love, and it will speak to them of me without a single sermon. This is what the setup could never take from you, and what passing through it rightly will multiply. A clear eye, a quiet heart, and a strength that does not need to announce itself. You entered this season reactive. You are leaving it rooted. Now let me bring these two words together, because they were never two messages. They are one. I told you that I love you for what you did when you had nothing. And I warned you about the setup standing between you and what comes next. Understand how they join. The miracle you have waited for and the test you are standing in have arrived in the same season, on purpose. The test is the doorway. It is not blocking the blessing. It is guarding it until the one who receives it is the one who can hold it. This is how I work. Before I hand a person what they have prayed for, I let them show, to themselves, that the old pattern is dead. You have now seen the pattern. You have heard the warning. You know the difference between my voice and the voice of pressure. So when you pass through this gate with patience instead of panic, what waits on the other side will not be delayed another day. I do not tease my children. I prepare them, and you are more prepared than you feel. The endurance you built when you had nothing is the same endurance that will carry you through this test without breaking stride. The discernment you sharpened in confusion is the same discernment that will recognize the true door when it opens. Nothing from your hardest seasons is being wasted here. Every piece is being used. Watch for how the change arrives. It will likely begin quietly. A conversation that lands differently. A provision that comes from a direction you were not watching. A burden that simply is not there one morning when you reach for it. Do not measure these beginnings by their size. Measure them by their source. What comes from my hand carries my signature, peace at the center of it, and growth hidden inside it. Your relationships will begin to sort themselves as well. Those who belong to your next chapter will draw closer without you performing for them. Those who were only passing through will drift, and you will find you have no urge to chase them. Let this sorting happen. It is not cruelty, it is architecture. I am building the company around you that your future requires. And hear me about the ones you love, the ones you have carried in prayer through every dark month. Your faithfulness has not gone unnoticed on their behalf either. The change I am working in you will reach them. A door I open for you becomes shelter for them. A peace I plant in you becomes ground they can stand on. You have not been praying into a void. You have been building something for your whole house. There is work ahead of you too, and I want you to welcome it. This blessing is not a couch, it is a field. I am not lifting you into ease. I am lifting you into usefulness. Your voice will steady people who are standing where you once stood. Your presence will quiet rooms that used to shake you. You will recognize the ones walking through their own long night, because you know that road, and you will say the words that no one said to you. This is part of why you endured, not only to receive, but to become someone through whom I can give. So let me set your instructions plainly for the days directly ahead. Do not force the situation I warned you about. Let it finish revealing itself. Answer pressure with stillness and confusion with patience. Keep your counsel close and your heart quiet. When clarity comes, and it is coming, you will move with a sureness that surprises you because you will not be guessing. You will know. Keep your hands open at the same time. Receiving requires open hands, and open hands cannot cling to grievances, to old identities, or to plans I have already replaced. Whatever you are still gripping from the last season, set it down. You will want both hands free for what I am handing you. Keep gratitude on your lips daily, even before anything visible changes. Gratitude is not a reaction to blessing. It is the atmosphere blessing prefers. Thank me for what is already yours, for what is on its way, and for what you were spared from without ever knowing it. A thankful heart hears my voice more clearly than an anxious one ever could. And keep returning to me first. Before the counselors, before the planners, before your own racing mind, come to me first. The habit of seeking me before seeking answers is the single habit that will keep you from every setup that is ever laid for you again. The trap only works on the one who moves before asking. I want you to carry one more truth out of this word. You asked in your lowest hour whether any of it mattered. Whether the holding on, the staying kind, the quiet believing amounted to anything. Let this be my answer. It mattered so much that it reordered what comes next for you. It mattered so much that I am speaking to you now, ahead of the turn, so that nothing steals what your endurance planted. It mattered. It matters still. The season of watching other people's harvests while your own field lay quiet is closing. The season of explaining your hope to people who could not see any reason for it is closing. What opens now will not need your defense. It will speak for itself. And when others ask you what changed, you will tell them the truth. You stopped rushing, you started listening, and the one who saw you in the dark kept his word in the light. Think of a river finding its course. It does not argue with the rock that sits in its path. It does not stop flowing because the ground turns hard. It moves around, beneath, beyond, and in time the rock is worn smooth while the river runs on. Be like that water in this season. Let nothing standing in your way convince you that the way itself is closed. Quiet persistence accomplishes what force never could, and it leaves no damage behind it. And guard your words while you wait. Speak over your life only what I have spoken over it, nothing smaller. The mouth that agrees with heaven builds a road for heaven to travel on. So when you speak of your future, speak as someone who has heard from me directly, because now you have. Let every word you release from this day make room for what I am bringing. So stand up on the inside, my child. Square your shoulders. The warning has been given and you have heard it. The love has been declared and you have felt it. The way forward is marked. Patience at the gate. Peace as your compass. And my voice above every other voice. Walk it exactly so, and you will look back on this day as the day everything turned. I am with you in the waiting. I am with you in the deciding. I am with you when the door swings open. And I will be with you in every room it leads to. Nothing said against you will outlast my purpose for you. Nothing arranged in shadow will survive my light. You are mine, you are ready, and what I have prepared is already moving toward you. Receive it with a steady heart, and let your last word in this moment be your first act of faith. If you are ready to walk through what I have opened, seal this word now and declare your amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, stop right now. I am not speaking to a crowd. I am not speaking to whoever happens to be near. I am speaking to you, and I am asking for 1 minute of your full attention. Not half of your mind while the rest wanders elsewhere. All of you, here, now. I do not interrupt like this without reason. You were moving quickly through your day. Your thoughts were already leaning toward the next thing and the next thing after that. Then something in you paused. You felt a pull you could not explain. A sense that this moment carried weight the others did not. That was not chance. That was me. I arranged this moment. I cleared the noise around it, so my voice could reach you. I have watched you pass by 100 quiet invitations, telling yourself you would come back later. Later has become your most familiar word. So this time, I did not whisper from a distance. I stepped directly into your path. Do not let fear rise in you. I know that when something feels this serious, your first instinct is to brace yourself. You have been warned before by voices that did not love you. You have been pressured by people who used urgency as a weapon. I am not doing that. You are not in trouble. You are being reached for. Urgency does not mean danger, my child. Urgency means importance. It means something is worth stopping for. A shepherd does not shout because he hates the sheep. He shouts because he sees the edge of the cliff, and the sheep does not. I am raising my voice now because I see what you cannot see, and I love you too much to stay silent. Hear me clearly. This is not about rules, rituals, or performance. It is not about proving your faith or fixing yourself before you come near me. Strip all of that away. This is about your life, the direction it is drifting, and the weight your heart has been carrying alone. I am asking you to stop long enough to notice. I know you are tired, not only in your body, but somewhere deeper, in the place where hope is supposed to live. You have learned to function while disconnected from yourself. You stay busy because stillness feels heavy. Stillness brings up the questions you have been avoiding. But I am in the stillness. I am not there to overwhelm you. I am there to steady you. You were not created only to get through your days. You were created to be alive inside them. There is a difference between surviving a life and living one, and you have felt that difference growing wider. You wake, you work, you carry what must be carried, and somewhere along the way you stopped checking in with your own soul. I noticed. I have been noticing for a long time. This is urgent, but not because something terrible is about to fall on you. It is urgent because something good is trying to begin, and beginnings require attention. A seed ignored does not grow. A door unnoticed is never walked through. Right now, something is trying to take root in you, and I refuse to let it be trampled by hurry. So give me this minute. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath slow down. Let your mind stop racing ahead to what comes next. You do not have to solve anything in this moment. You do not have to decide everything today. You only have to listen, and listening is enough to begin. I have heard the prayers you never spoke out loud. I have seen the exhaustion you dress up as strength every morning. I know about the confusion you manage quietly so no one worries about you. None of it has been hidden from me. You have felt unseen by people, but you have never once been unseen by me. Let me say this plainly. I am not angry with you. I am not standing over you with a list of your failures. I am not waiting for you to become impressive before I draw near. I am paying attention to your heart, the real one, the one beneath the answers you give when people ask how you are. That heart has been asking for help in a language only I can hear. And I am answering. Not with noise, not with spectacle, with presence, with truth spoken directly to you at the exact moment you were able to receive it. You have asked me more than once whether I am real, whether I still care, whether you have drifted too far. Consider this. My reply. I am here. I care. And you are not too far. You have never been too far. What you do next matters. Not because everything collapses if you turn away, but because this is a beginning, and beginnings are easy to miss. If you drift back into hurry, life will go on. Nothing dramatic will happen. That is exactly what makes drifting so dangerous. The costliest losses are the quiet ones, the ones you only recognize years later. I do not want that for you. I want you awake. I want you present. I want you to feel your own life again instead of managing it from a distance. That is why I stopped you. That is why I am speaking with this much weight. Love that never interrupts is not love. Love steps in. Love says, not this way. Come here. Listen. So stay with me now. Do not reach for the next distraction. Do not tell yourself you will return to this when things calm down, because you and I both know that calm never seems to come. The moment is now. The word is now. And what I am about to speak over the rest of this time together has been prepared for you specifically, with a care you have not yet imagined. 1 minute of true listening can turn a day. 1 day can turn a life. You have already given me the minute. Now let me show you what I stopped you for. If your heart is still listening, declare your amen to me now. Now let me tell you why I stepped in. I do not break into a life carelessly. When I stop you this directly, it is because I see something you cannot yet see. I saw the direction your heart was drifting. I saw the weight you were about to pick up without noticing. I saw the quiet ways you were beginning to disconnect from your own soul. You were about to be pulled away again, not by anything dramatic, not by anything that looks dangerous from the outside, by the slow kind of distraction that feels harmless. Another task, another hour of noise, Another stretch of wandering from one thing to the next without ever landing anywhere. Those are the distractions that steal the most, because they never announce what they are taking. Distraction did not enter your life as an enemy. It came dressed as relief. You were carrying too much, so you reached for anything that let your mind rest. Noise to cover the silence. Movement to avoid the stillness. Busyness to keep the harder questions at arm's length. I understand why. You were not being careless. You were tired. But I need you to see what it has been costing you. When your attention is always pulled outward, your inner life grows quiet. Not because it disappears, but because it is ignored. Slowly you stop noticing what you feel. You stop noticing what you need. You stop noticing when something inside you is asking for care. And when awareness fades, life begins to feel shallow even when it is full. You have felt this already. Prayer is harder to hold on to than it used to be. Silence feels restless instead of peaceful. Your thoughts scatter the moment you try to gather them. You can be surrounded by people and activity and still feel strangely far from yourself. This is not spiritual failure, my child. It is what happens when a heart is never still long enough to listen. Numbness is the danger I stepped in to interrupt. Not sin in the way you usually think of it. Numbness, the slow falling asleep to your own life. If I had stayed silent, you would not have collapsed. Nothing would have shattered. You would simply have kept going, promising yourself you would slow down someday, while someday kept moving further away. That is how a life goes missing. Not in one terrible decision, but in 10,000 small postponements. You were about to postpone yourself again. Postpone the rest you need. Postpone the honesty you owe your own heart. Postpone the moment of finally standing still before me. I have watched that pattern long enough. So I interrupted it. Understand what my interruption is. It is not punishment. It is protection. It is mercy arriving before damage settles in and becomes habit. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not wait politely for a better moment to speak. He calls out at once with force because he loves. I called out to you today for the same reason. I have always warned the ones I love. I warned Noah, not to frighten him, but to save him and his household from the flood. I warned Lot, and my warning pulled him out of a city already falling. I warned Israel through voice after voice, not because I enjoyed correction, but because I longed for closeness with them. Every warning I have ever spoken was an invitation to life. This one is no different. Some voices in your past used fear to control you. They made urgency feel like a trap closing around you. So when you sense weight in my words, part of you braces for condemnation. Release that. Fear pushes, but love invites. Fear creates panic, but love creates clarity. What I am speaking carries weight. Yes, it does not carry harm. If I did not care, I would let you drift. Silence would be easier. But I am not a distant God who watches from far off while his children slowly go numb. I am present. I am attentive. I speak when speaking is needed. And I refuse to watch you live at a distance from your own heart without saying a word. Look at how you have been living, not with shame, but with honest eyes. Rising, rushing, carrying, managing. Answering everyone's needs while quietly setting aside your own soul like a task for later. You have learned to survive impressively. But survival mode was never meant to be permanent. It keeps you functioning while slowly sealing off the deep places where joy and purpose live. I did not interrupt you because you were doing something wrong. I interrupted you because you were about to miss something right, something necessary, something that could not wait for a more convenient season. There is a turning point resting inside this very moment, and turning points are gentle things. They do not force themselves. They wait to be noticed, and they pass quietly when they are not. So I made sure you noticed. I slowed you down. I let certain plans stall and certain moments stretch so that you would be exactly here, exactly now, with just enough openness to hear me. You may call that coincidence, if you wish. I call it care. I have been arranging this conversation for longer than you know. Here is what I ask of you in return. Stay awake through the rest of this word. Do not let your mind slip back into its old habit of drifting when truth comes close. Every time you feel the pull to escape into noise, recognize it for what it is, and choose to remain with me instead. That single choice, repeated, will change more in you than you can currently imagine. You were not stopped by accident today. You were interrupted by love. Let that settle into you before we go further, because everything I am about to say next rests on it. I see you. I know exactly where you are, and I have come to you there, not to scold you, but to bring you back to life. Say, I hear you, Lord, if this word has found you awake. My child, this is not the first time I have spoken to you. You have heard me before. Not always with this clarity, not with this weight, but you have heard me. My voice has brushed against your heart many times, gently, patiently, never forcing its way in. I spoke in whispers, because whispers invite closeness. I wanted you to lean toward me, not pull away. Think back. There was a sudden pause before a decision that made no sense to you at the time, an uneasy feeling when everything looked fine on the surface, a quiet thought that kept returning no matter how often you dismissed it. You called it restlessness. You called it overthinking. It was neither. It was discernment waking up inside you. It was me. There were moments when you knew you should stop and you kept going. Moments when you felt moved to speak and you stayed silent. Moments when you sensed a change was needed and you told yourself the timing was wrong. You postponed what you felt because postponing seemed safer than responding. You promised yourself you would listen later when life slowed down, when you felt stronger. Hear this clearly. I do not condemn you for any of it. I never did. I know how loud responsibilities become. I know how easily a whisper is lost when everything else is shouting. You were not rebellious. You were cautious and worn out, doing what you thought you had to do to keep everything standing. I saw the reason behind every delay, and I stayed. There were also times when you heard me and moved only halfway. You acknowledged the feeling but did not act on it. You said, I will think about it. Partial listening is still listening, my child, but it leaves work unfinished, and unfinished things return. That is why some of what I say today will feel familiar. It has been waiting for you. I am not replaying these moments to shame you. I am showing you something important. My voice has been consistent even when your response was delayed. I did not stop speaking because you did not answer. I did not withdraw because you hesitated. Every ignored nudge was followed by another, softer or stronger, shaped to reach you where you were. That is what faithfulness looks like. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now understand why my voice has grown louder. It is not anger. You have not failed some hidden test. I am speaking with more force because whispers were no longer reaching you through the noise. Life grew louder around you. Distraction grew stronger. The familiar numbness thickened. So my voice became clearer, firmer, more direct. Love adapts when conditions change. Love raises its voice when a whisper would be lost. A repeated call is not rejection. It is mercy. When something returns to your awareness again and again, it is not an accident. When a question keeps resurfacing, when a discomfort will not resolve, when the same truth finds you through different doors, it is because it still matters. I repeat myself because the door is still open. I repeat myself because there is still time. Each time you postponed listening, I stayed near. I adjusted the pace. I softened what your delay could have cost you. I guarded you from harm you never saw coming. But there comes a point when silence would do more damage than interruption. When love must speak plainly, even if it lands with discomfort. You are standing at that point now. That is why today does not feel like the other days. And here is something you must not miss. The fact that you have heard me before means you are able to hear me now. You are not distant. You are not cut off. You recognized my voice in this word, even faintly. And that recognition is proof that something living already exists between us. I do not speak this way to strangers. I speak this way to my own. You may feel regret rising as you remember the times you turned away. Let that regret become awareness instead of shame. Awareness sharpens the heart. Shame dulls it. I am not asking you to relive your past. I am asking you to learn what it has to teach. Those moments showed you where fear speaks loudest in you. They showed you where trust still needs to grow. Now I am asking for something different. Listen fully this time, not partially. Respond, do not postpone. Stay present instead of drifting toward the exits. Not because I will abandon you if you fail, but because repeated delay slowly teaches a heart not to listen at all, and I want your heart alive, sensitive, and quick to respond. That kind of heart hears me everywhere. I am still calling you because I still want you close. I am still speaking because your story is still being written. This louder voice you hear today is not frustration. It is clarity. It is love refusing to be ignored one more season. You have heard me before and you are hearing me now. What you do with this moment will shape how clearly you hear me in every moment that follows. So let this call sink deeper than the others did. Do not file it away with the things you mean to get to. I am here. I am speaking. And I am waiting, not with judgment, but with hope. Now listen carefully, because I want you to understand what is actually at stake. It is not my love for you. My love is settled. It does not rise and fall with your performance, and it will not be withdrawn if you stumble. What is at stake is something quieter and more easily lost. Your sensitivity, your clarity, the ease with which your future unfolds. Delay carries consequences, and I tell you this in truth, not in threat. When something is meant to be faced and it is postponed again and again, the heart adjusts to carrying unresolved weight. What was once discomfort becomes normal. What once stirred you becomes background noise. Little by little, you stop noticing what your spirit has been trying to tell you. That is the danger of delay, not sudden collapse, gradual dulling. Understand the difference. Delay does not make me leave. It does not lessen my love, but it does affect how clearly you hear me, how freely you move, and how much peace you actually experience. When you keep postponing what you already sense, clarity blurs. You begin to second-guess what you once knew. You lean on distraction instead of direction. This is not punishment, it is consequence. The way ignoring hunger weakens the body even though food never stopped existing. There are doors open to you right now that are connected to timing. Not every door closes loudly. Some close in silence, simply by no longer being reachable the way they once were. Seasons of growth, healing, and new direction do not announce when they are ending. They stay open for a while, waiting to be noticed. When noticing is postponed too long, the season turns. This does not mean everything is lost when a door closes. I am the God of new doors, but it does mean some things become harder than they needed to be. Lessons that could have been learned once must be learned again. Peace arrives later than it could have. Life feels heavier than it was ever meant to feel. I do not want that road for you. That is why I am speaking today instead of next year. Windows close too, my child. Windows of courage when your heart is brave enough to act. Windows of softness when your heart is open enough to receive. When you are aware and responsive, growth moves through you easily. When you keep saying later, something inside you learns to stay guarded. Guarded hearts survive. But you were not made merely to survive. The enemy of your soul knows all of this. His most effective lie is not a dramatic one. It is a small, reasonable whisper. There is always tomorrow. You can deal with this when things settle down. Nothing urgent is happening. He does not need you to reject me. He only needs you to postpone me. Because a postponed decision is a decision he keeps winning by default, day after quiet day. That is why he would love for this word to wash over you and fade. He fears what happens when you finally act, because the moment you respond to me fully, patterns that have held you for years begin to lose their grip. So, do not be surprised that a dozen small urgencies are already tugging at your attention, telling you this can wait. It cannot. Not because I am impatient, but because you have waited long enough. Hear the difference between panic and urgency. Panic says everything will fall apart if you do not act this instant. Urgency says this matters enough to face now, while it can still be shaped gently. Panic scatters you. Urgency gathers you. I never speak panic over my children, but I will speak urgency, because urgency is what love sounds like when the moment is real. You may look around and see no dramatic choice in front of you and wonder what all this weight is for. That is because the most important shifts rarely look dramatic. They happen inside first. A willingness to listen. A decision to stop running from stillness. A choice to respond today instead of promising tomorrow. Those quiet inner turnings decide which outer paths remain open to you. If you set this word aside, nothing will explode. Life will simply continue. That is precisely what makes ignoring it so easy and so costly. You will move forward carrying a little more weight, a little more numbness, a little less clarity. And those small subtractions add up. One day you would find yourself asking why peace feels so far away, why direction is so hard to find, and the answer would not be one great mistake. It would be many small delays. But that is not the story I am writing for you. I am telling you all of this while your heart can still feel it, and the fact that you can feel it is worth more than you know. Numbness has not finished its work in you. There is still tenderness in you, still hunger, still a pull toward me. That pull is the proof that this moment has arrived on time. What is at stake is not my approval. You already have my love. What is at stake is whether you keep moving through your days unconsciously or begin to move with awareness and intention. Awareness opens a way forward. Unawareness circles the same ground for years. I am offering you the open way. So do not let fear rush you, and do not let comfort sing you back to sleep. Let this urgency sharpen you gently, the way morning light sharpens the edges of a room. Something in your life is ready to shift. It has been ready for a while. It was waiting for your attention, and your attention is finally here. Stay with me now. The next thing I want to show you is harder to look at, but it is where your freedom begins. I am going to hold up a mirror, and I am going to hold your hand while you look into it. Come closer now. Let the noise fall away until there is nothing left but my voice and the beat of your own heart. I am going to show you something sacred, something few ever slow down long enough to face. The true state of your soul. You see your face reflected every day. You rarely see what I see beneath it. Do not be afraid. I am not holding this mirror to condemn you. I am holding it to heal you. You say you love me, and I know you mean it. I have heard your prayers, your whispered promises, your moments of real surrender. But your heart drifts, my child. Like a leaf on moving water, it is pulled away by every fear, every demand, every fresh worry the day brings. You return to me and you drift again. I am not shaming you for this. I am naming it, because what is named can be healed. Look first at the striving. You have been trying to fix yourself without me. You told yourself, if I work harder, think better, pray more, I will finally get it right. You have carried burdens that were never sized for human shoulders and called it responsibility. You wanted results without relationship, peace without presence, blessing without surrender. And every time you ran ahead of me, the road grew rough. Not because I wanted you to fall, but because I wanted you to stop and look for me. Now look at the control. You have gripped your life tightly, believing that if you managed every outcome, you would finally be safe. But control was never safety, my child. It was fear wearing a confident face. You were never meant to steer the storm. You are meant to rest in the presence of the one who commands the wind and the waves. The tighter your grip, the more tired you became. You know this. You have felt it in your own hands. Look at the pride that whispers, I can handle this alone. Look at the resentment that still lingers from wounds others caused you, the ones you say you have released but still carry. Look at the guilt you keep in a hidden place, the shame you have never spoken aloud to anyone. I see all of it, every locked room, every buried thing. And hear me clearly, I am not repelled by any of it. I came for exactly this. I heal the brokenhearted. I set captives free. That is who I am. You have doubted my love because of your past. You assumed that what you did, or what was done to you, placed you outside my reach. It did not. When you ran, my eyes followed you. When you hid, my light kept finding you. There has never been a day when I looked at you and turned away. Not one. Even at your worst, I called you mine. You tell yourself that you trust me, but trust is more than words. Trust is the moment you hand me what you cannot understand. It is releasing the question why and accepting my answer of when. You have been afraid that surrender means losing yourself. It does not. Surrender is where you finally find yourself because you were never meant to carry your own existence like luggage. You were meant to be carried. So lay it down now. The worry you manage every waking hour, the anger you keep pressed beneath politeness, the exhaustion you hide behind capability, the plans you clutch because letting go feels like falling. Bring them all to me. I will not turn you away. I have never once turned you away. My hands still bear the marks of how far I went to bring you back. Those marks are not reminders of pain. They are the proof of what you are worth to me. Stop trying to earn what I have already given freely. You have spent years working for a love that was yours before you did anything at all. My grace does not rest on your perfection. It rests on your willingness to receive it. So stop striving, my child. and start receiving. That single shift will do more in you than a decade of trying harder. Look once more into the mirror, and this time see what I see. Where you see failure, I see a person still standing after battles no one else witnessed. Where you see weakness, I see the very places my strength intends to dwell. Where you see a story too far gone, I see chapters not yet written, and I hold the pen. You are not your worst season. You are not the words spoken over you by people who could not see your worth. Let me do now what you could never do for yourself. Let me wash what guilt has stained. Let me soften what pain has hardened. Let me open the rooms fear has kept locked, one door at a time, gently, at the pace your heart can bear. If tears come as I work, let them come. They are not weakness. They are the loosening of what has been held too tightly for too long. You were never meant to fix yourself. You were meant to be made whole in my presence. There is a difference, and today you are allowed to stop pretending otherwise. Come as you are, not cleaned up, not composed. As you are. That is the only way anyone has ever truly come to me. And do not rush away from this place, my child. Honesty like this is rare, and rare things deserve a moment to breathe. You have just seen yourself without the armor, and you are still standing, still loved, still mine. That alone should tell you something. The truth about you was never as dangerous as the hiding was. From this day on, let honesty be the ground you build on, because everything I build in you will stand on it. This honest look is not the end of the mirror. It is the beginning of a new reflection. Keep standing here with me, and the day will come when you look at yourself and recognize at last someone deeply loved, fully known, and completely forgiven. That is the face I have seen all along. Declare, I surrender, if you are ready to stop carrying this alone. Now let me answer the question you have carried the longest. Where was I when it hurt the most? You have asked it in anger and in exhaustion. You have asked it politely in prayer and bitterly in the dark. It deserves an answer, and I will give you one. I was there, not watching from a distance. There, on the nights when your chest felt too heavy to breathe, I was in the room. When you spoke into the darkness, God, if you are real, please do not leave me. I did not leave. I stayed until morning. I have stayed every night since. You felt alone because pain shouts louder than presence, not because presence was missing. There is a difference between feeling abandoned and being abandoned, and you have never once been the second. You believed your prayers went unanswered. Some of them were answered in ways you have not yet recognized. When you asked for a door and it stayed shut, that shut door was often my answer, because I could see what waited on the other side of it. When you asked for a person to stay and they left, I let them walk, because their place in your future was smaller than their place in your fear. You called these losses. Some of them were rescues. I did not enjoy your pain, my child. Hear that plainly, because religion has sometimes taught you otherwise. I did not design your suffering as a lesson or send heartbreak as a package with a purpose hidden inside. This world is broken, and its brokenness reached you as it reaches everyone. What I did was refuse to waste any of it. There is nothing that has happened to you, nothing that I cannot turn toward your good. That is not the same as causing it. That is redeeming it. Think of a field left unplanted for a season. To the passing eye, it looks abandoned, useless, forgotten. But underneath, the soil is recovering its strength. Some of your empty seasons were exactly that. Not punishment, not abandonment. Ground being restored below the surface where no one could see, least of all you. You judged those seasons by what they grew. I measured them by what they healed. And think of a river. It does not reach the sea in a straight line. It bends around stone, doubles back, slows in some places, and rushes in others, and every turn that looks like a detour is the water finding its true course. Your path is bent in ways you never chose. It has slowed where you wanted speed and rushed where you wanted stillness. But it has been moving, all of it, toward something. You are further along than you believe. My silence troubled you most of all. You took it as absence, or worse, as indifference. But there are silences and there are silences, my child. There is the silence of an empty house, and there is the silence of someone sitting beside a sleeping loved one, present, watchful, saying nothing because nothing needs to be said yet. My silence was the second kind. I was never gone. I was near, and I was not finished. When the betrayal came, when someone you trusted turned, I remained trustworthy. When fear wrapped around you at night and you could not name what you were even afraid of, I stayed until it loosened. When grief hollowed you out, I did not hurry you through it or hand you tidy explanations. I sat with you in it. Love does that. Love does not always fix quickly. Sometimes love simply refuses to leave. Look at your scars, the seen ones and the unseen ones. You have seen them as marks of damage. Look at them again. Every scar is a place where healing already happened. A scar is not an open wound. It is the mark of a wound that closed. You survived what you once believed would end you, and you did not survive it alone. My hand was under you in every fall that did not finish you. You have also wondered why some of my help arrived so late, by your measure. But I do not measure time the way you do. You count days. I weigh readiness, timing, and 100 moving pieces you will never see from where you stand. Some things I withheld because your hands were not yet free to hold them. Some things I delayed because they would have cost you more arriving early than they ever cost you arriving late. Not one delay was neglect. Not one. There were dangers that never reached you, and you will never know their names. Roads you did not take that would have broken something in you. Choices that fell through at the last moment and felt like failure, but were my hand quietly closing a way that led somewhere you could not afford to go. You have thanked me for the blessings you can see. One day you will thank me for the disasters you never met. So take the question you have carried, where were you? And let it be answered at last. I was in the room where the hardest news found you. I was in the silent kitchen long after midnight. I was on the long road home, when you broke down, where no one could see you. I was there, and I am here, and the same presence that carried you through what has ended will carry you through what has not yet begun. You do not have to understand every chapter to trust the author. You only have to know that I have never once let go of you, and I never will. What you walked through did not disqualify you. It did not push you outside my plan. You are still mine, still called, still carried. And the road ahead of you is not a repeat of the road behind. Let the old accusation fall silent now, the one that said you were forgotten. You were never forgotten. You were held through every hour you thought you were holding yourself. Breathe that in. Let it reach the oldest ache you have. It has waited a long time for the truth. And now, my child, we arrive at the reason for all of it. The interruption, the mirror, the long answer to your oldest question. All of it has been leading here, to a single open door and a single choice. I did not stop you today only to comfort you. I stopped you to call you through. There is a door standing open in front of you right now. Not a door you can touch with your hands, but one more real than anything your hands have ever held. It is the door back to me. Fully back. Not the halfway distance you have been living at, close enough to remember me, far enough to keep control. I am asking for the whole return, every room of your heart, every locked door inside it, all of you, for all of me. I will not pretend this door stands open forever in the same way. I told you that seasons turn and windows close, and I told you the truth. Not because my love expires. My love has no end. But moments like this one are rare, and hearts do not stay soft by accident. You are soft now. You are listening now. This is the hour to move, while moving is still simple. One honest yes. That is the entire distance between you and everything I'm about to describe. Hear what waits on the other side of your yes. The heaviness that has sat on your chest like a stone through season after season will begin to lift. Not all at once, but truly. The confusion that has circled your mind will start to clear the way. Fog clears when the sun climbs, slowly, then suddenly. The fears that have ruled your nights will lose their voices one by one. These are not poetic promises, my child. This is what I do. I am the God of turned tides and reopened roads. What was broken in you will be mended. What was taken from you will be answered with more than was lost. What has been delayed will move again, and some of it will move quickly, because it was never stuck. It was waiting. I will go ahead of you into days you have been afraid to imagine. I will level what stands against you. I will silence what has accused you. I have done this for generation after generation, and I have not changed. But I will not force your yes. Love cannot be commanded into a heart, only welcomed. So the enemy of your soul is telling you, even now in this final hour of this word, that you can decide later. He has watched this whole encounter, and he is reaching for the only weapon he has left: delay. Recognize his whisper by its sweetness. Tomorrow. Soon. When things settle. He has sung that song over you for years, and it has cost you years. Not this time. This time you see the trick before it lands. There is no promise of tomorrow anywhere in your possession, my child. All you have ever owned is now. And now is exactly enough, because I am not asking you for a lifetime of perfection today. I am asking for this moment of surrender today. Lifetimes are built out of moments like this one, single, honest, unrepeatable. So come home, not to a building, not to a set of rules, to me. Come home to the presence that made you, the voice that has followed you through every wilderness, the love that never once agreed to let you go. You have wandered long enough. You have fought battles that were never assigned to you and carried loads I never placed on your back. Set them down at the threshold. They do not come through this door. They were never going to. And when you step through, walk differently. Guard the stillness we found together today. Return to it daily, even briefly, because that is where you will hear me clearest. When the noise rises again, and it will rise, let it find you rooted. When the old numbness reaches for you, and it will reach, remember what it cost you and refuse it. You are not the same as you were an hour ago. Live like it. Bring others with you in prayer, the ones you love, the ones you carry even when they do not know it. Speak peace over them. Some of what I am beginning in you today will reach them through you, in words you say, in patience you show, in the changed way you walk into a room. A healed life is never healed for itself alone. Light spills. Let yours. There will be mornings when you doubt this moment. The feeling will fade because feelings always fade, and you will wonder whether any of it was real. When that morning comes, remember this: truth does not evaporate with emotion. What I spoke today was not a feeling. It was a word, and my words do not return empty. They accomplish what I send them to do. This one was sent to bring you home, and it has found you. I am not asking you to become someone else. I am asking you to become who you already are, beneath the fear, beneath the striving, beneath the years of holding your breath. That person has been waiting inside you like seed under winter ground, alive the whole time, ready for one season of warmth. This is the warmth. This is the season. Rise into it. So now I pause. Heaven leans close. Everything I have spoken stands complete before you. Every promise in place, every door unlocked. What remains is yours alone to give, and it is the smallest and largest thing I will ever ask of you. Your yes, not tomorrow's yes, today's. Give it to me now, plainly, in your own words, in your own voice. I am listening the way I have listened to you all your life, fully, closely, with everything I am. And the moment you speak, I will answer, not with thunder, but with peace you will feel settle over you like evening light. Then we will walk forward from this hour together, you and I, into the future I have kept for you. You stopped when I called. You stayed until the end. You heard what most never slow down to hear. Now finish what this moment started, and do not look back at the life you are leaving, because nothing back there compares to what is ahead. I love you, my child. I have said it in 1,000 quiet ways, and today I have said it plainly. Take it with you. Build on it. Rest in it. It will hold. Say, yes, Lord, I choose you now, and let that be your first step through the open door.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.